Welcome everyone to the stream. Hi. Oh, I turned down the wrong thing. I turned down the desktop audio, not VLC. Because I was looking at you and I was twisting knobs. Professional streamer, full-time professional streamer here, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm Bray Thorne. How the heck are you? I am fine. I hope we're doing well. Yeah, it's Tuesday, and normally you'd think, well, tacos are involved, right? But no, it's computers, guys. There's more to Tuesdays than tacos. All right, hot take. I know. I don't even know where I'm going with any of this. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Ready to do some more PC matchmaking and also read words on the screen that are you and respond to those words, i.e. you. And i.e. that's not really the right usage of that. Whatever. Let's talk. Let's talk computers and help people if I can. Okay, cool. So let's start with Twitch chat because I'm less behind on Twitch chat, YouTube chat. Give me a hot second here. King Elvis, hey, I got the note. Glad you got the note and clicked on it. Thank you. Rutu is 5th, I guess. Deathly Nightshade says, woo, Deathly Nightshade. I don't know if you got my, I saw it after the fact in my activity feed. So I went into chat after finishing the stream on Sunday, or was it Thursday? Maybe it was one of the two. But you'd sent some bits and I was like, hey, thanks for the bits. I'm sorry I missed that. But thank you. Thank you for that. Now you're getting double thanks because I did thank you then as well. Hey, I like this beat. Should I subscribe to him? King Elvis. Who? The person who made the beat? Well, the intro song is actually one of the like I used to use stream beats all the time, and I still think there's a lot of great tracks there. It's just the vibe of there's a lot of variety there, including within certain genres. It kind of goes a little far afield of those genres. Like it's very kind of, there's something very, I mean, it's really cool. There's a ton of music you can use. You can use it in your streams and your videos, whatever. Stream beats is great. But backingtrack.gg, the vibe of it is more in line with me as my personal tastes. So, but I still use that track. Movement of the Edge, I think is what it's called, for the starting soon screen. I've been using it for 3.5 years now, and it's awesome. But yeah, backingtrack.gg is amazing, and I had an interesting exchange with them over on the Twitter X website. I'll maybe tell you guys about that later. Good evening, Crash. How are you doing? Welcome. Dark Dream 01. Hey, bud. How you doing, bud? Welcome. Hey, what game are you going to play? I want to join you. I'm not going to play a game, King Elvis. Check out the title of the stream. These are the main streams I do where I help people who are looking to get a PC. I help them find what's right for their budget and their needs. And I help spec it out for them, find the right thing for them, hopefully. Tech Tuesday. That does have a nice ring to it, Crash. I do like it. If I didn't talk about tech all the time, I would have a Tech Tuesday segment probably added to whatever I was doing. But yes, happy Friday to you as well. Dodger Dog, what's up? King Elvis says, oh. Can you tell Chad if I subscribe to you? Who is Chad? King Elvis. I'm not sure what's going on here. Wolf Cross, what's going on? Okay, now, YouTube chat. I'm way behind on this, like 2 pages behind. Okay, early on, Black Crypto Night. Welcome in. Thank you for being one of the first here, apparently. Brent Brown, welcome. Sailor X, glad to see you. Tropical Storm Debbie. Okay, Sailor, be careful in that weather out there. Roads flooded out there. Eesh. Yeah, batten down the hatches, my friend. Hopefully you're still getting paid to be off, says Brent. I hope so, yeah. Dave Odell, welcome. I can't take as much time with each message because I do need to get through all of these. But yeah, Dave Odell, welcome in. Black Crypto Night. Got my PC built over the weekend at Micro Center. It looks amazing. That's awesome. Hope it works amazing too. Sailor X it says cool. It is cool. Alice, welcome. How are you? And Steve, good to see you. Good to see you. Extreme Zone 987. Hi, Bray. Hi, Extreme Zone 987. How's it going? And yes, there is a delay. That's what happens when you stream in 4K. That does happen. It's like 10, 15 seconds usually. If it's more than that for you, let's see what message was the last one that came up at 8:25 p.m. was, yeah, for the most part, it has been a really oppressively hot summer so far from Sailor X. I just read that right now. It didn't necessarily come in just now, though. I don't know. Someone say something in YouTube. I don't know. Well, I guess I'll just keep reading. We'll do that again when I get caught up. Okay. And Black Kryptonite said again, at Braythorn, I wanted to send you a huge thank you. Took the Micro Center parts list and they built an incredible system. Running like a charm. Awesome. Yeah, good. The rep agreed 100% with all your choices. Nice. See, that's the side of it I don't see. Whenever you guys get a system from Micro Center, ask them what they think of the spec. I want to know. I want to know how they feel about how I spec'd it out for you. Tell them why not? Say, yeah, this dude in Braythor, he sent me over here and he did the specking thing. He does it on Twitter. If you want to. They know, I mean, I already know the guy who runs all the influencer stuff. We've never, like, our stuff has never really lined up that well because there's no Micro Center that's that close to me. It's the closest Micro Center is half a day away. Less than that, a quarter of a day away. Still a lot of driving, because then it's a half a day driving, because a quarter of a day there, quarter of it, whatever. This is weird math. Anyway, but yeah, they do know about me. It's more like I just want to know what that person you're talking to, what they think about it. And so thank you, Black Kryptonite, for letting me know what they said. Simple Green says, evening, folks. Evening to you. What was that? Why is that not showing? It's not showing. Is it showing? What was that? Yo, Igor coming in with 2 tier 1. Okay, here, I'll do this. Oh. Igor coming in with 2 tier 1 gifted subs for the community. Let's go, nerds. That's a tier 1 sub for Commander Seymour Phyllis and Asteri Wolfwing. Asteri, I hope you're doing well out there. Welcome to the swarm. Still catching up with YouTube. I will be back to Twitch here in a minute. It's hot in Oklahoma. Yeah, Texas has been sweltering. So here to say anything thinking of getting advice from Braythorn, I can attest he is 100% spot on with his recommendations. I hope that remains true. There's some times where we'll have to, make some choice. I mean, it depends on the build. And that's where subjective things will come into play. But when it comes to the objective stuff, I do my best. Brent, I am having a good night. And I always like hanging out with you guys. So that made it even better. Westfield 90, welcome. Hello. 103 in California, Mike. Try that with a lot of humidity. But how are you doing, Mike? I don't know how humid it gets out there, but Texas or Florida has entered the chat. And Florida, I should say. Humidity in Oklahoma is stupid. I miss Colorado weather. Yeah, Colorado's supposed to be really nice. And SoCal is just usually nice. Their 103 does not feel like 103. Let's see. David Braythorn hooked up my new PC from Alexander and got an A1 status on the board. Emailed them and they had a solution in the next day. A simple, clear CMOS. Very nice. Dave, if you wouldn't mind, after you have, if that's completely resolved, document that, put it, if you took any pictures while you're unboxing or anything like that, that's also good. But make a testimonial for the SI testimonials in the Discord. Because the ones where there is an issue and it gets fixed, it doesn't matter if it's Alexander, iBuyPower, CyberPower, it doesn't matter what company it is. People want to know, not just how is it when everything's perfect, more people want to know, like, hey, what happens if there's an issue? How do they handle that? And Alexander PCs is a boutique builder. You do pay more to buy from them. And that means you should be getting that kind of excellent service, and people want to verify that. So make a testimonial, put it up on the Discord. Even if you didn't take pictures unboxing it, just take a picture of the thing as it is if you want to. But if you don't want to, that's okay. Just share your story. Because that's one of the, if you guys ever want to help me out One of the most helpful things you can do is after buying a PC of any kind. I don't know if we have a Micro Center, Crypto Knight. I have to check that, a Micro Center category. But yeah, one of the most helpful things you can do is to fill out, to make a testimonial. I might make a form for it at some point. I think that might be helpful. But I have other ideas for forms that I'll be implementing at some point, that where we could get some really cool results based, like whenever you guys can give feedback and data, that's awesome. And none of it personal data, just like consumer data based on your own first party experience. That's incredibly helpful, way more helpful than any random reviews you see on Amazon or Newegg or whatever. You don't know that this is within our community and you're helping within the community. That is the best thing. Observer of Thoughts, welcome. How's it going? I'm still catching up, but we're getting there. Robert Fixit said time check 8:26. Well, it does have a timestamp right next to your message there. It does says 8:26. What am I missing? What else am I missing? Casey Walls, welcome. How are you? Adam Travale, how are you doing? Appreciate all the information and help you provide. I appreciate your appreciation. It's reciprocal like that. Recursive, maybe? Maybe recursive. Hey, Bray, what are your thoughts on the Cougar dual-face PC cases? Look, I've never built in one. They look serviceable, and Cougar's quality has improved a good amount over time. Okay, I am nearly caught up here. Just a few more. iFuse hostage 6. I'm having a serious problem powering the PC up, and my card gets power but won't spin, and my keyboard won't power on for more than 0.5 seconds. I'm also not getting a signal to the monitor at all. Sounds like you're having a post issue iFuse hostage. This is not a troubleshooting stream. This is for people who don't have a PC yet and just want to get one. Troubleshooting is a long process of elimination, but there are certain things you can do. Earlier a clear CMOS was mentioned. I wouldn't even do that yet until you look at the debug lights that are on your motherboard. There's gonna be little LEDs there, and silk screened right next to them will be labels. So it could be VGA. If it's VGA is lit up, that means your graphics card is causing a problem and won't allow. If it's RAM memory, that has its own LED. That means you need to remove, if you have 2 sticks of memory, remove both of them and reseat one into there, and then try that. Those kinds of things are the kinds of things you need to do, but this is not really what this stream is meant for. You'll want to take this issue to the Tech Questions Forum on our Discord, which is linked in the YouTube description right there, and detail your issue there, because I don't have hands on your computer, and there are many, many variables that I cannot account for, especially through the delayed YouTube chat. That does not make for a good interaction for either you or for me. Let's see. What are your thoughts? Okay, yeah. So I mentioned the Cougar Duo-Face. They look good. I do think they look nice. If that's the aesthetic you like, then I mean that's subjective though. That's opinions. 9000 series should be available in a few days, question mark, about a week. Back in mid-July, I walked 50 feet from my car to the Food Lion and was soaking wet when I got inside. What is the Food Lion? I don't know what that is. My Mobo doesn't have any lights. Then it could be a power supply issue. Again, troubleshooting over a stream like this is the worst option for you. If your PC, you also, I don't know anything about your PC. Hardware, nothing like that. I don't know if you built it or if it's a pre-built. If it's a pre-built, you need to go directly to your system integrator and talk to them. Okay, let's move over to YouTube. What's up, John Paul Bacon? How you doing? Welcome. Also, Robert Fixit, I hope you're doing well. Let's go ahead and move over to Twitch chat here. I'm scrolling up here because I missed a lot here, but how many days left until 9700X? Launches on the 15th. It is the 6th. 9 days. Decent Pen, what's your opinion on Ironside? I had a lot of good interaction with Ironside, and they have some amazing designs. Their quality is very good. They're a boutique builder. They're on the boutique side of things. I got dry skin today. Sorry. They're on the boutique side of things. If that's something that you want, then go for it. They do have, some of the custom things that they've done, some of the artistic things they've done are some of the best I've seen. hand painting, things like that, really, really amazing. But those are like one-off things. As for their main PCs, there have been some people in the community who have bought them and been happy with them. So, yeah, Ironside's good. They're also just a few hours from me. I've been meaning to go visit those guys. So kind of a dumb question, but what does ones and zeros actually mean in technical terms? You talking about binary? It's basically, it symbolizes a bit being flipped on or off. And that's language. That's computer language, binary language. I would just Google that because there's a lot to go into there. But you can say and do anything with that, depending on the formatting, like hex code and things like that. Not hex code. I mean, hex code is a little different, but whatever. That's the thing, is like if I start spouting stuff off, it's been a while since like my entry-level IT classes where they talked about this stuff, and then we never really thought about it again because no one does anything in binary anymore, unless you're an enthusiast of ancient languages. 60% of humidity is all in your head. I mean, there's a lot of moisture in there, Rutu. I mean, it's a little soggy up there, so maybe. What GPU would you recommend for 7600X? Not the kind of matchmaking I do. I have a 3060. Budget is 700 Canadian. PC Jaguar? That thing that popped up right underneath your chat there. That's actually the only way I really make that's the only way I feel comfortable making recommendations. Because guess what you didn't tell me? What do you even intend to do with your PC? Are you just gaming? Cool. Are you doing regular gaming or like esports, competitive gaming? Oh, that's different. Is it at 1440p, 1080p, 4K? Are you going to be doing any content creation, video editing, maybe photo editing? Are you doing any generative AI stuff? What is the purpose of your PC? That's the number one question. And also resolution when it comes to GPUs. There's so much info that you didn't give me. I can't give you any information back. So fill out that form, click that link, fill out that form, get on the list, and I will help you when your turn comes up. Because then you will have to provide me with the information I need. 99 degrees in Colorado today. That's crazy. Igor says, I walked around in a full suit in July at San Diego Comic-Con in 2016. There's no way I could do that in Texas. I have done that. So it was for a cosplay, though. Yeah, I used to cosplay. I'm cool like that. It was many, many years ago. A depressing number of years ago, to be honest. Jerry's Carpet, welcome. Good day to you as well. I'm still catching up. I always read the 1-star reviews when I buy things. Robutu, those are not the ones I read the most. I usually ignore 5 and 1 stars. I go for the 3 and 4 star reviews. Those are when you have a little bit, someone really paying attention. 1 star is like, this one thing upset me so much, or this was a catastrophic failure of the product, which is not indicative of the normal experience for most customers or consumers, that kind of thing. What? Okay, PC Jaguar, what you're doing there is called spamming. J Money says, can $3,000 get me a good PC? $800 could get you a good PC, so $3,000 certainly could, J Money. Banshee Boys, welcome. How's it going? I'm just jumping around now. Welcome to the stream. Igor 19. If you want bang for your buck, I say a 7800 XT. That's a good call, unless they really, really want like high-end ray tracing in games that favor NVIDIA, which we don't know. Again, we don't know anything about it. But it is an amazing card. Like seriously, 7800 XT beats out the last gen's 3090, which was the top dog at the time. Like, and for a lot less than the retail of that was. It's like my job as a mechanic. People call me, ask me, what's this noise mean? Okay, well, let me get my crystal ball. It means your car's making a noise. Okay, you know what? Put the car on the phone. Hey, car. What are you making noise for? Calm down. Put the car on the phone. Yeah, roll my diagnosis dice. See, I got one right here. Here you go. That is a D100. So, and it's purple, of course. Why wouldn't it be purple? I'm not weird. I should have a purple D100. Why shouldn't I? Yes, why shouldn't I have it? Food Lion was a go-to grocery store in South Carolina before Walmart came. Okay. So happy we got a Piggly Wiggly again. Now y'all are just making stuff up. All right. You're just making stuff up now. Okay. Food Lion. Been shopping there since early 70s when it was Food Town. Graythorne, it's a grocery store. Got it. Z says, hi, I need a higher end PC to run Planet Coaster 2, as well as City Skylines 2 as well. You need the highest end PC to run City Skylines 2. It's all those teeth. I don't know if it's actually the teeth. Oh, they said, yeah. They said, like, yes, all the citizens have individually rendered teeth. No, that's not the performance issue. Are we super sure about that? There's a lot of CPU work right there. Okay. But Z, what you need to do is fill out that form that is linked.
Is up here. All of this going on up here is what's causing me the most physical discomfort.
Oh, Mark. Don't be mean. At least he patted me. That was nice. I need to add more things to that, so you guys have more options. I snoozed the upcoming ad for 5 minutes. I can only do that 3 times per stream. Let's see. The problem with this is that I catch up with Twitch, and then I have to catch up with YouTube. But yeah, guys, if you are needing help with any PC, if you're needing help finding a PC, or with an upgrade for your current PC, and stuff like that, if you're in YouTube chat, look at the description. It's the very top thing, the first thing there. And it says, if you want help with the PC, click this link, fill out the form, whatever it says. Please click that, fill out that form, and you'll be on the list to get help. If you're in Twitch chat, it's been popping up throughout the stream from Stream Elements. I know automatic stuff like that gets ignored all the time. If you continue to ignore it, you're not going to get help. So here you go. I'll do it manually right there. Bam. You need to click that link if you want to get help finding the right PC for your budget and also your needs. Please fill out that form and you'll be good to go. Piggly Wiggly is a real supermarket chain. I thought The Simpsons made it up. Well, I mean, sure. It's all good. I'm not calling y'all, like, I'm not saying you're really making it up. It just seemed like it. All right, we're going to have an ad in Twitch in 5 minutes, and I want to let it run, I guess, when that happens. 38 watching, but only 13 likes, says Anton. Oh my goodness, the disparity. Anton, thank you for that. And guys, drop likes if you feel like liking. If you like what you see, like what you see. How can I not actually see likes? That's weird. Yeah, I actually cannot see them. Weird. The YouTube Studio thing for live streaming is terrible for vertical monitors. It does not accommodate vertical monitors in any way. Sucks. Okay, man, I'm so lost. So lost. I live right in the middle of the Great Lakes, so it's usually quite humid in the summer here, unfortunately. Another person who remembers the original name. Been years since I heard that mentioned. LFPINC. LFP Inc. Oh my god, I'm security. Stream is crashing, still crashing for me, and Twitch says the Quiet Storm. Is it crashing for anybody else in Twitch? Please let me know. Z says, I'll pass. Thanks. Hold on. Yeah, they left. Okay, guys. Come here. Just come here. Come here. It's easy to just fill out a form. Okay? There's no reason that, like last time, we had people who were throwing a tantrum over having to fill out a form with multiple choice for most of it. You just clicked options. That's how you get free help that otherwise would cost you hundreds of dollars from other people who do what I do. Because no one does what I do for free on stream. Now because I think it's an entertaining thing to watch, so I want to do it here. So you want that free help? You just have to fill out a form. It's so funny to me that someone has that help within their grasp, and they're like, I'm just gonna spend my thousands of dollars willy-nilly. You know what sounds great? Alienware or whatever. Don't even. Sure, don't come back. It's okay. It's too much work to get free help. I know. It's like you're asking too much. I want to make your job harder, buddy. You're doing it for free. It ain't gonna be easy either. How about that? Nice polyhedron. Thank you. Extreme Zone never really liked the taste of spam. Then you never had a good spam musubi. Is that a Zochahedron? Is that what it is? Very cool. The originals from the 80s are worth like $100 now. Oh, cool. Pop pink with black numbers would be cool. That's the thing, is it needs to be legible. So a dark color with white numbers, or a light color with dark numbers. I love decorative dice, but if they're not legible, I'm having a bad time using them. I'm like, what is it? Oh, I rolled a 1. Okay, cool. Your feeble skills are no match for the power of the dark side. Sorry, Star Wars quote. I know it's a Star Wars quote. I just don't know what you're referring to because I'm too far behind here. What's the best GPU for 1440p gaming? Elijah Comer, please fill out the form to get help. Because if it's just what kind of gaming? AAA titles with a lot of ray tracing? Very high refresh rate, high frame rate, esports titles. What are we talking about? Also, if you have zero budget, well, the best one is going to be the 4090. Because you didn't give me a budget. There's your recommendation, the 4090. It's going to beat everything at 1440p. So I am technically correct. Extreme Zone said it exactly. It depends on how much you're willing to spend. If there isn't a budget, go 4090. But if there is, I'd say, okay. But then again, Extreme Zone, if they want to play with a lot of ray tracing, or they want, maybe they find out later they want NVIDIA broadcast feature. I don't know. Like I ask a lot of questions before I give any answers. Otherwise, I'm just guessing. Yo, Broga6874, thank you for the Prime sub. That's 3 months right there. That means you've got the 3-month subscriber badge, the full Triforce, power, wisdom, and courage to you, my friend. Okay. Getting my first PC soon with $1,000 budget. I want to pre-built. Any ideas? Trey, I've got a lot of ideas. Please fill out the form in the description. It's the first link right there, the first thing. And for those of you who are like, I'll get around to it, other people are getting in front of you and you might not get help during the stream. And I'm not saying to rush it, because if you ignore anything in the questions where it's like, hey, use your actual handle from stream so I can recognize you when I look up your form, that kind of stuff, just read the thing before you fill it out. But still, it's not too complicated. Many people here all around you right now have done it and can swear by it. So it works. The system, it works. Concord. I only watch on YouTube. I switch over to Twitch and see if it crashes. It looks like Brent Brown switched over and is getting an ad now because an ad break just started. Lowest food prices in North Carolina. Oh, okay. It was a tagline in the Food Town grocery store commercials voiced by the company owner, Ralph Kepner. Thank you for the grocery store history lesson, Gary Lee Laster. I appreciate that. Jerry's Carpet says it's good. Or really, what are the other four? The other four? Other four what? What was I talking? Oh, it's my top 5 on Steam for most played. Roller Coaster Tycoon. Oh, Real Storm says, not sure why my Twitch feed keeps crashing. I don't know. Is everybody else saying it's okay? Because Crash says yes. Ironically enough. Jerry's Carpet says it's good. Combat Medic says no, as in I guess there's no problems. Remember that 4K streaming on Twitch is a new feature. It's going to be buggy for a little bit. So you can do, if you're having any issues, do what Wolfcross did. and lower the stream resolution. You have that in the quality settings in the little gear right there. Unless your turn comes up and you need to see fine text and things like that, you don't need to watch in 4K. Let's see. Triple Bray titles. Wait, what? Sid Meier, Saints Row, Elder Scrolls 5, and Stellaris. Triple A, I get it. All right, I got you, Crash. Broga says, I've got the 4090 Ti. Yeah, I don't think they're going to make that. The 5090 is coming out before that. Unless they do... Okay, the 3090 Ti was out for, like, I think only 3 months before the 4090 dropped. And it was, like, as much as, if not more than, a 4090 cost. And I feel so bad for anyone who bought those retail. Good Lord. It was so expensive. I'm on an ad break. Oh, okay, Crash. Bray, what's your preference between 4K and 1440p? Crash, it depends on what I'm doing. If I'm playing something very cinematic, I want 4K. If I'm playing something fast-paced, I want 1440p. You guys always try to get these generalities out of me, these like broad sweeping decisions on things, and I'm like, there's shades of gray to all this stuff, man. Like there's whatever. Decent pen, redeemed posture check. Well, how's your posture then? You're supposed to tell us, right? I think that's how that works. You gotta watch in 4K to see all your face perfectly. No, see this, I don't know why I'm streaming in 4K, because as time goes on, 4K is less and less kind to me as time goes on. But yeah. Holy smokes, I switched over to Twitch and watched 5 ads in like 5 minutes. Brent, you actually switched over to Twitch right when, because every like hour or so, it does an ad. Like it just drops an ad in there. And I can't really stop that. I don't have as much control over there as I do on YouTube. But you went over there seconds before that started. So you got the pre-roll ad, which everybody gets when they come in if they're not subscribed. And then you got the regular ad right after that. So it was just luck of the draw there. Guys, Twitch has to make money. They have to make money. And they struggle to be profitable at all. And but a lot of people love watching streams on Twitch. It's like the place. The first place you think of for live streams. So, but yeah, the ad thing is it's been, since I got partnered, I don't know. It's okay, I guess. I can't find a Pixio curved 4K monitor. They don't make a curved monitor, I don't think. Realstorm deleted cookies and it's a go now. Nice. Okay, chat, smash that like, says Gary Lee Laster. Smash it. Do it. It wasn't crashing like someone was stating. Yeah, good. And I think they said that they cleared their cookies and it's good now. So, Ruruchi wants me to time out Jeff Bezos. Okay, that means that when the next ad break comes up, I will delay it. Thank you, Ruruchi. All right, guys, it is now time. You've had your time to fill out the form. So it's time for roll call. This is where if you filled out the form, you're going to tell me that you're in chat and that you are on the list, okay? By being in chat, you're already... Okay, I know you're in chat if you say anything, right? But you're going to let me know you're on the list. So let me bring up the list here. And bam. There we go. Where are we? Where was our latest one? God, it's August. Guys, it is August of 2024. What the hell happened to this year? Seriously. It's like gone. Okay. If you filled out the form and you're waiting for your turn, here's what you need to do. Turning off the music for ultimate focus here. All right. If you filled out the form, you need to pay attention to this name right here. This is my name. And this is how it is spelled. It's become a bit of a meme to misspell it, but that will not help you in this circumstance. So all you need to do is this. For roll call, what you do is you type at a little A with a circle around it, right? And then start typing Brayathorn here. It'll finish it for you. It'll be a thing where you can click on that fills out the name. Then type I'm on the list. When you put my name in your chat, in your message, it highlights it for me. And yes, it does that every time. Even if you just type it without the @ symbol, it highlights so I know someone's talking about me, to me, right? This helps me track who's here as I'm going to fill out and highlight in this list right now. It looks like we've only gotten 3 people to fill out the form so far tonight. So if anyone's here from previous streams and they filled out the form and they're still waiting their turn, now's the time. And you will get help first, depending on how, if whoever the person is that submitted the form first, earliest, gets help first. It is in order in which they are submitted. That was a great sentence, dude. You're really good talking. Okay. So, at Brayathorn, I'm on the list. That's what you need to type. I need to see that message. Remember, this is free, so I can put whatever rules on it I want. That's all I'm asking is to fill out a form and then let me know you're here. It ain't rocket science. But I do ask that you do it in a specific way. Raymond at Brayathorn, I filled out the form previously. I'll count it. All right. I'm going to search for your name now. I'm hoping that when you fill out the form, that's the exact name that you put in there. The one that is showing up in chat right there. There is nobody in the form, in all the forms. Here, I'll show you. Okay. Let's go look at it. I went ahead and did a Control F here, typed in the name that I see there in the chat, Raymond, and there are 0 of 0. Little gentle reminder for you guys, if you want to proceed with this, like, the first thing it says, what is your Twitch/YouTube handle or username? For the purpose of verification, this should match what shows up as your name in chat. And then I put a picture there to help. If you've never watched a live stream on YouTube, you might not have known what name shows up when you talk. And some people come in and it's their full first and last name. And it's like, I don't like that. Well, you need to change that. You can change that to whatever you want in your settings. But for the purposes of me looking at my list here and verifying who I'm helping, this needs to match what you submit right here and what shows up in chat. No worries, we'll fill it out again. Oh, do you know what name you used? You can change your handle on whatever. Okay, you can fill it out again. That's fine. Okay. I want to note, guys, this makes it a little bit fun for me. Okay, remember, this is something that I do for free. And I know I've mentioned that like 8 times in this stream. I don't know why, but it does state, if you ignore the instructions in any of the questions, you agree to be roasted on stream. But in parentheses, it says it's a good-natured roast. Don't worry. I'm not being mean. I'm just having a little fun here. But our first one, I didn't roast very much. You can just fill it out again, and we'll be good to go. So you filled out decent pen. There you go. So that's 1 marked down. Trey. It's so fun. I tell you exactly what you need to say in chat, and it's just like you guys will say anything but that. It's so funny, but it's a ridiculous requirement that you repeat those specific words. I just want to see who'll do it, and few do. Decent Pen did it. It says Brayathorn, I'm on the list. Okay. But Trey got Decent Pen and Trey. Okay. Dirt Shooter, how's it going? Welcome. For my next monitor, I want the Cooler Master GP57ZS. Deathly Nightshade then says, that is so much monitor, WTF. Okay, now I'm curious. Yeah, it looks like the Odyssey G9. Except this one is not 1440p in height, pixels high. That is 4K. This thing is nuts. Dual Ultra HD, because the Odyssey G9 is basically two 1440p monitors fused together. This is two 4K monitors fused together. That's bonkers. For like a really high-end racing sim, this is probably gonna be the go-to for a while. Although I doubt they make the panel, so whoever makes this panel is gonna have their own version of it too. 57 inches. Good God. I think the G9 is 49 inches. I'm not sure. Mini LED. Good Lord. Okay. Where is the LED light bar? Is that the... man. My thing about lights on the back of a monitor, they never make them strong enough to really light up the wall behind the... it's got a KVM. How much does this thing cost, though? Oh, it just got announced 11 hours ago. Okay. You made it sound like you've been planning this, Igor. Oh, 57 inch. 57 inch. Okay, so they're using the same panel as the Samsung is then. I was thinking about the previous G9. When I had the G9, I think there was a 1440p pixel height, or resolution height, whatever. I always forget the horizontal resolution for it. That was OLED, and that was like the latest one, but I guess there's a newer one now. I don't keep up with monitor tech, guys. I'm sorry. Hey, Branko. Man, I'm so happy I followed your recommendation for a 12900K. Perfect timing. Yeah. It's still rocking. 12900K will still do just fine in any use case. Fill out the form again. Thanks. Okay. Let's see. And there you are. Okay, guys. Here's the thing. Oh, boy. Okay. So, you'll notice that most of these recently have been just gaming machines. So I've been able to make recommendations, even with Ryzen 9000 series just on the horizon there, right? Just right around the corner. But whenever someone has had anything other than just a gaming PC, when it's been... oh, this is a parts list, so that will be easier. Okay, so for yours, Raymond, you should be fine, because you can just sub in the 9... Okay, when it comes to other use cases, for a gaming PC only, for just gaming, the 7800X3D is going to stay on top, I feel. It's probably still going to be the best, at the very least, the best value when it comes to price to performance. It's going to stay near the top of the list, if anything, and probably still on the top of the list. Because, you know, high-end Intel, the new microcode is going to bring the power down a little bit, and it's going to reduce performance, but that's going to give it some longevity instead of frying, you know, whatever. Anyways, and the 9000 series CPUs are going to be great, and they're going to be very good for gaming. But are they going to beat a 7800X3D? I'm not so sure about that. There's going to be other stuff though. If you're trying to do anything but just gaming, it's very likely that 9000 series is going to be the best bet for you. And it is 9 days away. 9 days away. Launching on the 15th. So, like my plan... Oops, what did I do? My plan was originally, when it was going to launch on the 31st, I wasn't going to stream at all the week before, and 2 weeks before, basically. I was doing build streams then. I did 2 PC build streams, and then the week of the launch, I wasn't going to do any streams other than on the 31st, unboxing and testing a Ryzen 9000 series pre-built PC. However, it got delayed to the 15th of August. So, I decided that I was going to continue doing PC matchmaking, because there's 2 potential things here. For one thing, if someone is just getting it for gaming, 7800X3D is still going to be the top dog for gaming, I'm guessing. I'm not going to know till I unbox that thing and test it, or until third-party reviews come out. But until the 9000 series 3D V-Cache chips come out, the 7800X3D is still, I think, going to be king. And if anything, if the other one beats it a little bit, it's still going to be twice as expensive for the 9000 series equivalent. So, yeah, it's gonna just like the 5800X3D was, except now you're on the newer platform, so it's going to be a top dog for a long time. It's going to shift from just being the top performer to becoming the best price to performance option. Anyway, so if you're just gaming, I've been open to recommending that, and I don't feel like you're losing out on much by not waiting for the new stuff. And I'm pretty much not recommending Intel until their mid-August. They didn't give us a date, but their mid-August launch of the new, their mid-August release of the new microcode comes out, and then after about a week or two of validation and everything's working well, then I can start recommending it. But it's going to be limited anyway, because that platform is reaching end of life. So right now, it's pretty much, if you're getting a PC recommended to you right now, it's going to be a parts list like this one at Micro Center there, okay, like for Raymond, because this is for streaming and coding / game design. That's very CPU intensive right there. And a massive uplift in IPC can mean a lot when you're compiling code. Or if you're doing game design and you're using a lot of assets at once and you're trying to get it to, and whatever. And you're streaming at the same time, good Lord. So if you're trying to stream coding or game design, or I should say, then you're going to be needing a really solid CPU. And with $2,500 budget, you can definitely get that. But now over here, this is one difference here because, well, see, I would need to know what the actual budget is for this one. Okay, for Trey. If it's under 1,000 or just over 1,000, I need to know what the actual budget is. But this one, you are trying to do you're trying to make that stretch. And I'll say that when it comes to this, what did you choose for your resolution? 1440p. Okay. I'm gonna need to see what your actual budget is, because gaming, pro gaming / esports, streaming, content creation / video editing, racing sim / flight sim, you're talking about a $4,000 computer. Probably. Well, not $4,000 at 1440p, a $2,500 computer. If you want it to do all that stuff, because guys, I'm not ignoring the fact that content creation and video editing requires more CPU cores and a better CPU. Streaming, you need to have enough RAM for that and for video editing. Racing sim and flight sim and streaming means you need a great motherboard with a lot of I/O. All of this stuff, that price just keeps going up. So that's why I ask those things. What you do though is you get one that's very you have a system that's very upgradable, and then you upgrade it yourself. Looking at your answer here at the end though, that you're not planning on upgrading your CPU down the line, I don't think that's a good mindset. If you're coming in with a budget, but you want it to be a giant, you want it to do everything. And trust me, when you're trying to do streaming or content creation, video editing stuff, the thing that will kill your creative flow the quickest is when it's running slowly. That will do it. And when your PC runs slow, it needs to just work. That's what it needs to do. And then for this one, gaming, graphic design, 3D design. Those are the three things. Okay, that's probably going to benefit greatly from something like a 9900X or something like that, depending on because the budget's 2,000. So 9900X, 9950X, maybe, but that's going to be most of the budget. So not 9950X, 9700X or 9900X. One of those two is probably going to be a great option for that, because AMD typically does really well when it comes to 3D design software. In fact, the 7950X and 7950X 3D are still on top for Blender. For Blender, it's just like the top dog for that. So you've got to imagine with much higher IPC and all that, and refined architecture, all that, it's going to be better. So now, after saying all that stuff, time to look at chat. Sorry about that. I don't have the willpower to put it. Did you post a link? Crash? You know you can't do that. Back in my day, PCs came in a box with a cow on it. We had one of those. In fact, I still have the speakers from one of those, and they're still working really well. I have those in Ari's setup. Okay. So anyone who wants to go ahead and respond to all that stuff I said with your, because since I'm talking about your stuff, oh, Trey, my budget's around 1,300. Okay, that helps. This is something that I always say, and I will reiterate it as soon as I'm done editing this. Okay. Well, here's the ticket when it comes to doing something like this on a budget, because every budget is valid. It doesn't matter if it's $800 or $8,000. That's your budget, and it's your hard-earned money, and whatever your budget is, that's a lot of money to you, very likely. So you have two things to consider. You have your budget and you have your expectations, like what you're envisioning you're going to get for your budget, right? If your budget is here and your expectations are here, clearly there's not a problem. You're not expecting much, but you're spending a lot. You're going to get more than you expected, okay? If your budget is here and your expectations are just about right, you kind of know what to expect with the price you're coming in for, then you're good. However, I think I might have these backwards. Okay, so if your budget's here and your expectations are all the way up here, either your expectations need to come down or your budget needs to come up. We all know that this side right here, the budget side, it's not exactly easy to say, all right, more money, here you go. No, that's not realistic. So that means you need to temper your expectations for what you're going to get. And generally, the right route to take here is to get something that is very upgradable and have a plan as you go along. Okay, I'm going to get 32 gigs of RAM, but when I get more serious about video editing, I'm going to swap that out for a 64 gig kit. Okay, I'm going to get Ryzen 7000 series or 9000 series when that comes out. Or I'm going to get the Ryzen 7000 series that has dropped in price because of the new stuff. And then when the new stuff drops in price down the line, I'm going to get that. Because in about 8 months or 6, 7, 8 months or so, Ryzen 9000 series will have dropped in price. Especially after the X3D stuff comes out. Well, not especially, but it's going to be part of it. GPU is a big one. The GPU is the most expensive component in your system, the most expensive single component in your system. So when you're looking at that, you have two ways to do it. You can invest, if gaming is your priority, then you invest a little bit more in your GPU. If you're trying to build a balanced system, cool, you can upgrade your GPU later, but that is not an additive upgrade like storage would be. Storage, you can add more storage. Your GPU, you have to take out your current GPU to put in the new one. That is subtractive upgrading. You're taking something out to put something else in. I'm making that term up. Nobody says it like that. Welcome to the channel. It's the same thing for your CPU. If you upgrade your CPU down the line, you can't run them both. You got to take out the current CPU, and there goes that value that you paid into your system, and put in the new one. But it's an upgrade you can do, and you can take those other parts and put it into a home theater system or something like that, or whatever. If you're going to do streaming, then you can make it a separate streaming PC and have your main stuff happening on your regular PC, whatever. However you feel like you want to do it, you got to make a plan, because you can't just, if you're on a tight budget, if you have a crazy budget, you throw money at the problem and it fixes itself. Sure, most people can't do that. So you have to also look at the parts of the system that would be a complete pain in the neck to upgrade. The motherboard. If you're going to be streaming on this thing and doing racing sim or flight sim, you need a good motherboard with a lot of I/O, because you are going to be plugging a lot of stuff into the back of this thing. And if it doesn't have enough ports, you're going to be putting in add-in cards, and you might not have enough even then if you're doing both streaming and flight sim or racing sim. Those both take up a lot of USB. So, I don't know. It's a lot to think about when you basically go to what you're going to use it for and you start clicking everything. That's great. You're going to use the heck out of this thing. You're going to use it to its fullest potential. But understand that it will be limited by your budget, how it's going to perform in each of those things right off the bat. That's how that goes. But the good thing about a PC, you can make it better as time goes on. It's not a PC, it's like a foundation. It's like it's a foundation for what it's going to be. Jasmine the Bean, welcome. How have you been? Blender for the 3D design. Gotcha. So AMD for sure, absolutely. How long after 9000 series do you think it will take for price? There's no way I could. For one thing, Dodger Dog, if you look at prices now, they've already dropped a lot. But questions like that, I have no idea. That's like, let's roll a percentage chance. Well, I didn't set any parameters, so it doesn't really matter. But I got a 94. I should put a camera on this. I got a 94. So it's 94% chance that, yes. Okay, so let's see what the first one we're doing here is. Let's go back to here. Decent Pen. We're helping you out first, okay? And you stated that for 3D design, you're using Blender. And you want it pre-built. You are going to be ordering it within a month. So you are perfectly capable of waiting for 9000 series Ryzen. My recommendation is to hold off on going through this process now and wait until we've gotten the reviews of those and become available. And I can actually recommend to you a PC that you can just add to cart and buy, because I can't do that yet. I don't know who's going to have what it's going to cost. But yeah. There was one other possibility that I forgot, that I hadn't mentioned yet, when it came to me continuing to do PC matchmaking throughout the last week and a half before launch of the new CPUs. There's going to be people who don't care. That don't care that new stuff is coming out, that the current stuff is going to perhaps be even more discounted after it launches, that there's going to be clearances or whatever. They're not going to care about that. They just want something now. If that's you, then no problem. However, I will say this. Nobody, if you can see right here, none of the three who submitted now or in the last, like, wow, look at that. All these people are within a month of buying, not within 1 week like Grumfat was, right? So that means you're not in a hurry and you can benefit greatly from new products launching. So I would say, Decent Pen, hold off on that. Raymond, you're getting a parts list from Micro Center. You don't really have to wait, because what we'll do for yours is we'll do a parts list and all you got to do is sub in the new CPU when they launch. Easy. There you go. Now for Trey, this is a bit of a tough one here. But yeah, Decent Pen, that's going to be my recommendation to you, because you want it pre-built. We need to see what comes out from different system integrators so that I can actually recommend something to you, because otherwise I don't know. Could you possibly do it now? Are you... Okay, I just want to be clear on this. Okay? I want to be clear on this. That by saying, could you possibly do it now? That you will not come back and say, hey, could you do it again? Okay, because there's going to be, after the launch of that, there's going to be, and you're in line to get help already, but there's going to be a lot of people jumping in line, I'm guessing here, I'm speculating, to get help with the new tech and getting PCs and stuff like that, and they will not have gotten any help yet. So they take priority. So you're saying, can I go ahead and do it now? You're saying you don't care about the stuff that's launching in 9 days from now. To be clear. Or because you didn't put you need it within, you're going to buy it within 2 weeks or within 1 week. Those are options on the forum. You said within a month. So that was why I said all that stuff to you. Jasmine DeBean. So got my PC up and running, but got sick, but feeling better. I'm glad you're feeling better. Getting sick sucks, though. What's up, Silent Furies? How's it going? Remember this, guys. It's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows with the new stuff, okay? You get something that's brand new. Right when it comes out, you're going to be dealing with maybe a BIOS update at some point, something like that. If you're buying from a system integrator, you're going to have support for that. They'll walk you through it, all that kind of stuff. That's why this helps, because you don't really need to even ask a buddy or whatever that's never done it or something like that. You can go directly to your tech support through your SI that you get it from. Or if you get it built at Micro Center, take it to Micro Center, say, hey, I think this thing needs a BIOS update. I was told to get that done. Can you please help me? Whatever. But there are going to be early adopter woes when it comes to getting the latest and greatest thing. That's very normal. Other people are not planning on getting that, but instead waiting to get better deals on Ryzen 7000 series or whatever might happen. It really depends. But doing this job, I've told you guys plenty of times, it's very nerve-wracking for me making any because I blanket do not recommend buying anything right now for anyone, but a strictly gaming system with 7800X 3D. That's pretty much the only thing I can recommend if that's your use case. I am not tech savvy. I only plan to get this for college, which will begin September. Okay, so you do have time, but okay, you know what? Here. Let's just get you something right now, I guess. But I you know, and it's not like if you say that it doesn't matter for you, then good. That's fine. Not a problem. We'll get you something that's going to max out your price to performance there because you're trying to do graphic design and 3D design. I want that to work well for you. I want school to go well for you. All right, let's get you taken care of. Just going to get you a pre-configured system here. You don't need a ton of USB or anything, I/O on the rear or anything like that. It's just gaming and 3D design. You're not going to be connecting that many things. Mouse, keyboard, headset, maybe a drawing pad, things like that. You'll be fine. Okay, can we please? Okay, thank you. Decent pen. I'm fairly certain there is not an SI that does that other than maybe OEMs, and I don't recommend that. What you want to do is get an external one, okay? It just plugs in via USB, and you're going to be fine. You just get that off of Newegg or Amazon, plug it in with USB, and then you're good to go. You don't want to have an internal one. They take up a ton of space, and nobody builds them with them. You probably can't get that. You might be able to get a PC that will accommodate one if it's in a Fractal Pop Air, but that's about it. CPU, AMD, and then we'll adjust the price here. So yeah, just get an external disk drive and you'll be good to go. Optical drive, I should say. Duh. I need to change that range a little more. Also, let me ask you, Pen, real quick. What is your actual maximum budget? What's the actual max number for your budget? Not including shipping and taxes, although shipping is free on these. Because I asked that because, and this goes for everybody, be prepared to answer this, because the budgets are in increments of $500 in order to make these charts more readable, basically. See that? Okay. So with that in mind, if you're at like 2,200, please let me know. 2,100-ish. Okay. Broga about 350. Okay. I can get you a sticker of a PC. to check something real quick. Wow, I did not know that. Okay. Sorry, I was looking something up. Ooh. Seriously? Okay. All right, let's just notch that up a little bit. Okay. But really, okay, I'm checking something else real quick. Sorry, crunching things in my things are crunching in my brain right now. Give me a sec. Okay. Man. Crazy. Okay. Let me show you guys some numbers here. Because I'm looking at some of the options here. Okay. So first off, I wanted to see how AMD cards do with Blender. Because that was specifically stated. This is why I ask. Because Puget Systems does great. Puget Bench is awesome. But look at this. AMD with Blender for their GPUs, not good. For their CPUs, hell yeah. But like the 7900 XTX is like lagging behind by 40% when compared to the 4070 Super. Holy jeez. That's bananas. That is crazy. But Blender is, I mean, it basically is meant to run on, like not meant to, but it severely, it greatly benefits from NVIDIA and their CUDA cores. Okay. So that's the $1,000 retail 7900 XTX versus the $600 4070 Super. And it is, so here we have a system with a 4070 Super and a 7700X. So I looked at, okay, I really did that, didn't I? Okay. So I looked at what the 7700X does, And the 7700X isn't super great when it comes to Blender, but it is better than a 12600K, sure. But yeah, this is a pretty old test though. It doesn't include 13th and 14th gen Intel. Not that I would recommend those right now. But as you can see, the 7950X, when I say it's very good at Blender, it's not even funny. But then we go to the X3D chips, 3D VCast chips, okay? They didn't even test the 7800X 3D. Of course they didn't. It's not meant for this work, right? But I looked for that specifically for a reason. But if you look, the 7950X 3D, as I always talk about, it's close, but it's not as good as the 7950X non-3D. Same for the 7900X 3D versus the 7900X. Not as good. But the reason I looked at that was because of this system. This system has a 7800X 3D. Oops, where am I? Right here. 7800X 3D and a 4070 Ti Super for $2189. And that is nuts. Same here. 7800X 3D and 4070 Ti Super. This is $2189. I know. However, you get a discount with my code. That brings it closer to the budget. But the reason I was like, oh, wow, is because of the GPU tests, not because of the CPU tests. If you look at the GPU tests, the 4070 Ti Super is actually a pretty solid step over the 4070 Super. But man, I am shocked at how good the 4070 Super is. Look at the difference. That's a bigger difference between the 4070 and the 4070 Super than there is between the 4070 Super and 4070 Ti Super. That's crazy. So this is actually probably a price to performance king right here for Blender, the 4070 Super. And I would say combine that with that 7700X and you have a good start, whereas later on you could upgrade to a 9950X when you have the budget for it and when it goes down in price, because that CPU by itself is starting out at $699, $700 just for the chip, just for the CPU. Yeah, that should drop by a couple $100 after 8-9 months or something. There you go. So I would say after doing that research, though this looks appealing, and you could certainly start with this, that CPU is meant for gaming. The 7800X 3D is meant for gaming. So I really also wanted to check how AMD GPUs were because there's a bunch of those here. There is a 7900X 3D one, but it has a 7800 XT. That is not scoring high on Blender. It just is not. So I would say this system right here is going to be your best bet. The thing is, you didn't want, if I'm not mistaken, you wanted a black system, not a white system. Angry Beaver, what's up, buddy? How are you? Sorry it took me so long to say hi. What's up, Trey on top? How's it going? Welcome. I learned today that Cooler Master makes pre-builts. They do. They were supposed to have sent me one like a month ago, and they never sent it. What's up, Doc Illa? How's it going? Alexander Mike, how are you? I can't recommend high-end Intel CPUs right now, and that includes the i7. Alexander Mike. If you just game, the 7800X 3D is the clear winner. Bray, do you know if Alexander PC offers any discount code? Yes, it is Thorn. It is our code as a community is the last half of my name right here, Thorn. It gets you $50 off any system on the site. AMD is supposed to be working on their own counterpart to CUDA cores, but I haven't heard too much more than that, though. Well, John Paul Bacon, it's not just that they have to have it available. The industry, software companies need to work with it. They need to implement it as well. They need to utilize it. But yeah, decent pen. I know that this is not a black PC, and I apologize for that. But seriously, after all of that that legwork we just did, this is a real... Now, aside from that, I gotta say, even though the CPU is not optimal, that can be upgraded down the line. It will do the job, but this 4070 Ti and 7800X 3D for $1899 is a heck of a deal. Now, if we look at that, the 4070 Ti is right here. That does sit above the 4070 Super, but look at the difference. It is almost nothing when it comes to Blender performance. Like nothing. Oh my gosh. That's 200 points. That's 180 points, excuse me. Yeah, never mind. Stick with this guy right here. Right here. It's just, for these other ones, this is just the best option. Hey, bro, I was wondering if 30 series GPU is still good price to performance wise compared to 40 series GPUs. Virtue, I always recommend just heading on over here and check out the charts to see if it performs the way you want and at the resolution you want, and compare to horizontally to other cards at that level. So let's say you're talking about 1440p Ultra, right? I'm just waiting on an answer from Penn. So this is why, from Decent Pen. That's why I'm looking at this. So say you're looking at a 3070, okay? That means that if you're just trying to do gaming and just pure rasterized performance, if you find a 6750 XT for a much lower price, get that. It's just about the same performance. Or if you want something newer, the 4060 Ti, you don't need the 16 gig, but the 4060 Ti, okay, never mind. That's a bad example. 6750 XT though, or 6700 XT is very close. Same thing if you're looking for a 3080, you'll find that you might get a better price than a 7800 XT brand new. Nah, probably not for a 3080, but still. Or if you're like, oh man, what about a 3090? 7800 XT gives you the same performance, which is rasterized performance. That's crazy. You go ray tracing, this is going to pick up a lead, but the 7800 XT is seriously underappreciated, I think. That's fine with a different color. So you're saying it's okay that it has a different color because I can't change it. So let's look at the other specs real quick. So we're looking at the, so it's a Fantex Eclipse case, which I really like. I forget which version it is, but G360A perhaps. I don't know. Whatever. It comes with a 360 millimeter all-in-one liquid cooler. You get a B650 motherboard, totally fine for what you're doing. 32 gigs of DDR5 5600 mega transfers per second. The RTX 4070 Super. A 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe drive, PCIe Gen 4, which is nice. And a 750 watt 80 plus gold power supply, which that's enough to run this configuration of hardware, so that's fine. And the Ryzen 7 7700X 8 cores, 16 threads. And it's going to be upgradable to 9000 series CPUs, possibly the next round of CPUs from AMD after that, and and so on. So I think this is the best deal for what you're using it for your use case. I'm gonna go ahead, lock that in for you. Okay, you don't have to buy it, but that's my recommendation to you. Yo, Visual Nate, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Look at that, 10 months. What's up, Nate? Help me, Breathorn. You're my only hope. I really do need to buy a PC this time. What do you mean, really do? Did you not last time? Now, Decent Pen, watch this. Okay, pay attention to this. You're gonna need to do this. If you get this thing, as you're doing it, okay, that's your link right there. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and put it here. Bam. All right. Go and you add it to cart. Here's what you need to do to get this even cheaper. This is great. It's already going to have free shipping. It is already discounted, but we can discount it further. We go right here to enter promo code, and you put in code SWARM that I put in chat right there, and you hit apply. That's going to take it from $1939.99 down to, yes, scroll up. That's what I wanted. $1881.79, under $1,900. That leaves you $200 to find yourself an external USB optical drive. And you can get one probably for just $50 on Amazon or something. Just do that. But yeah, it took $58.20 off of the purchase price right there. And you get free shipping. You can't go wrong. Sound good? Good. I know I give you guys a lot of pushback on doing anything now, 9 days before the launch of the new stuff. And you know why I do. It's a responsibility I have to you guys to make sure you're informed and that you thoroughly think things through, that you're not impulsive, because I don't want you feeling regret, buyer's remorse, right when the new stuff comes out and everybody's all talking about it. But I'm fairly certain the 7800X 3D is not going to be beaten. So if anyone's getting that, I mean, I am confident about that one. This one a little less so, but it is what it is. Rogers, good evening. How are you doing? How are you doing? The evening is good, so I'm good. Decent pen, redeemed a hydrate. Okay. I've seen a lot of things after I give someone a link and help them out. Making me do stuff is not one. Maybe this was my reward right here. There you go. Virtue said, I was just wondering because I got a 3070 for $300 and then Amazon had a 4070 for $430. I mean, yeah, the 4070 is going to perform better. I mean, it comes down to, are you wanting to spend $130 more for the newer tech, for a DLSS 3.0, all that stuff? Yeah. Drying out. Live in Florida, was drowning for a few days. Oof. Yeah, I can imagine. External USB optical for what discs? They weren't too clear about that. They said CD/DVD. Generally, you want a DVD writer. That's going to do all the things that you could want. Unless you want Blu-rays. If you want Blu-rays, you need to get a Blu-ray player, whatever. You need it. I don't know their needs. They didn't go over it in detail. I just said get an external one because you're not going to find an SI other than maybe OEMs, and maybe, of course, boutique builders will do whatever the heck you want. But that price goes up, up, up. You know, that's what happens because it's more time, more stuff they have to buy to put into your system, and then more work they have to do putting it together. And that's goods and or services that you're paying for. So it makes sense, but it is still the reality that it costs more. Law, my PC right now can burn DVDs. Cool. This one can't, so you'll want to get an external drive if you want to do that. It's not common for that to be a thing anymore. That is, I mean, as soon as you had flash drives that were over 64 gigs, it started to be like, why am I doing this? My car doesn't even read these. I just stream everything now. Physical media is just not a thing anymore in the mainstream. But Visual Nate, you know what to do. Do the farm thing and let's get you. Oh, you already did. Let's see. It's right here. There you go. Trey, your turn has arrived. And boy, was I looking forward to this. Because I don't know what to do for yours. I gotta say, there's a lot of stuff that you really want to do with this. So why don't we start by Trey? Let me make sure first. Are you still here? External USB optical for what? Oh, yeah. Okay. You said that earlier. Right. I already responded to that. Blu-ray disc burners on Amazon, $50 to $100, USB 3. See, that sounds kind of cool. I still have a Blu-ray player in my home theater system. Could be kind of neat. Crash, I am not the father. Just letting you know. Oh God, those Napster days. I'm old. Okay, so Trey. I have the music too loud. By a little bit. I turned it up while I was doing stuff. But okay. So we're getting back to yours now, okay? And all that stuff is what I was saying was like, you're basically looking for a pretty high-end system here, but we are limited on the budget. So I need to start asking you now, what are your priorities with you? Well, let me say one thing first. You generally will get more for your money if you build it yourself. So if you're willing to do that and you're interested in doing it, please let me know and we'll do a parts list instead, and you'll get more performance for your money and get closer to the goals you have here. But I want you to go ahead and tell me, out of all the things that you listed here, okay, and you can see it right up here. Gaming, pro gaming / esports, streaming, content creation / video editing, racing sim / flight sim. How would you say the priorities are here? What are your main priorities? Is this going to be your video editing machine that you're also going to game on? What's the deal? I don't know what's going on today, but we got a lot of people in here. Well, I mean, yeah. What is it like? Yeah, like 75 people across both. That's almost like I'm a Twitch partner, but no, they're not all on Twitch. Oops. Gaming, esports, and streaming. Okay. We lost our... There we go. Okay. The problem is this. At $1,300 should get you a pretty good PC. And if it was just gaming, if gaming was all you were trying to do, you'd be able to, you should be able to reach some decent 1440p gaming performance there. However, with streaming, you also need a good motherboard. Let me grab something real quick because I took this out of another PC that I had built. And I've been wanting to, because I've only had the low profile version to show you guys. Okay. Oh, I should just keep those in and unplug it. I have it run under my hoodie. One sec. Be right back. So this is a PCIe add-in card, okay? And this is what it gives you. Wait, I'm turning it the wrong way. Look at that. Why is that a concern? Well, when you first start streaming, you probably won't have that much stuff like the tools that you use for streaming, okay? Oh, there's an ad break. Well, that's on Twitch, so it doesn't matter. I mean, Twitch, it does matter, but this person's on YouTube chat, so I can continue. So what happens is, when you first start streaming, maybe you get a stream deck, even you get a webcam, or maybe you get an external capture card, right? A USB capture card. Oh, okay. And maybe you have a USB microphone now. Okay. Or an audio interface, a USB audio interface. Oh my goodness. If you had 6 USB ports on the back of your motherboard, you just ran out because of your mouse and keyboard too. You need that. Maybe you have a wireless headset that's USB. Oh no. So something like this is like $40. Okay. This just plugs into the motherboard. It takes up a PCIe slot. Okay. You see that? You get all of those USB ports directly through a PCIe lane. Okay. So it's good, fast communication. This doesn't require extra power like a Molex connector from your power supply. It just gets it from the PCIe slot. So whatever system we look at, you're probably going to need to get something like this. Okay. and it's plug and play. You take off the glass panel, you get your screwdriver, you take out one of the covers in the PCIe slot, and then you just slot this thing in there, screw in the one screw in that notch right there. See that? That's the screw-shaped notch right here. Just to put it in place, and then you close the side panel, and you're done. There's no cables to run. There's no software to install. It is plug and play. And then you can then you have 5 more USB 3.0s and 2 USB Type-Cs that are running at 5 gigabit per second, just like these are. So I got 7 more connections right there, and they are directly into your motherboard, basically. So it usually will go to the chipset, but that's still fine. Soldier Boy, I did already tell them that before, but there are ways around it. There are ways around when you're limited by budget, because you can't just magically have more money. That would ruin the economy, I guess. I mean, I wish I could do it. I really wish I could. I need a link to that. Okay, right now I am helping Trey out, and I'm going to give them a link later on. So Soldier Boy, stick around. You'll get that link, okay? Yeah, not for you. You are, yes, I know. Deathly Nightshade. That is correct. Okay. So thinking about this, what's going to be a good option that's going to maximize what... Okay, first off, I want to see... I haven't checked these guys in a while. Let's look at the ready systems from iBuyPower. These can usually represent a really nice value, but they don't always have as much... They don't have as much selection as Skytech does, generally speaking. It's going to take away my setting that I put there. Yes, yes, I accept your cookies. Oh, really? No. iBuyPower. Oh, man, this makes me so mad. This makes me so angry right now. No. Three systems that are in full ATX cases with MATX motherboards. It's the most wasted thing. Like, I hate it. I hate that. I hate that so much. You see what I'm talking about? Look, this would have been a great system. Ryzen 7 7700X, 8 cores, 16 threads, 4060 Ti. I know it could have been better, but it's good in this case because content creation, right? Streaming, right? Yes, sure. AV1 encoding, it's got all that stuff. Okay, 1440p, it can do it. The 3060 Ti could do it, so this can do it. Okay, 32 gigs DDR5, 1 terabyte M.2 is fine at this price point, but the MATX motherboard looks like this. And why is that a problem? You see this? This is wasted expansion right here. It's that much of your PC you can't use. That's where this would have gone, and now you can't use that. Maybe you can, okay, but if you also want an internal capture card, guess what? You're out of luck. You can probably fit either or, an internal capture card or this right here. Take your pick. And I guarantee you, this thing has got crap for USB ports. I mean, come on. They couldn't even put much VRM cooling on here, if any. So, like, yeah. That's how they achieved the price they got. That's how they did it. And what is one of the hardest to upgrade components in your build, people? Come on, chat. What's one of the hardest to upgrade things in your system? I want to see it right up here. Go ahead, guys. No. I mean, yeah, I guess, yes, but it's not nearly as hard as this. It's the motherboard. The motherboard, guys. The motherboard is what everything is connected to, meaning you have to disconnect everything from it and then reconnect it to another motherboard. And like, what the hell do you do with this MATX motherboard that you suddenly have? It makes me so upset. This would have been a great system. But now, we're going right back to Skytech because I want to see what they have now in this. Like, okay, they make their own cases. Why not make MATX cases then? If you want to use MATX motherboards so badly. God, other than that, it was genuinely a good deal. I need to check the cart here and remove that. Well, I'll do that later. I can just do this. There we go. I pressed way too many things, and this site is way too slow, so I got to take a second here. Yes, you did get it right. You did get it right, Angry Beaver. I gave really heavy context clues. The main one being that I was yelling about the motherboard right before I asked that question. iBuyPower tried to cut costs, to be honest. And, well, short game, here's the thing. To be honest, anyone buying just a gaming PC won't care, and it will not affect them. That's the truth. It won't affect them. They want the main components to be good. It needs to run. It needs to not overheat. That's all they need, right? So this is only because I'm looking at someone who's trying to do a lot more with their PC, and that is limited because of the motherboard selection. Ah, man. There is one shining silver lining coming through these dark clouds, okay? And that is the fact that the most recent OBS update seriously upgraded the streaming capabilities of AMD Radeon GPUs. But we're looking at about $1,300. Let's see what we can do here. There's going to be more options, that's for sure. But we're going to try to go for Ryzen 7000 series. Now, look, I'm going to tell you something, okay? Trey, have you responded at all since you told me the priorities? Although I appreciate you responding to that. Not really. Okay. They did not respond to that. Trey, listen, I'm going to need you to be a little bit more. We are having a conversation here, back and forth, you and me. Okay. And, so please do respond. But looking at this, when I mentioned this earlier, but the question is this. Do you plan on upgrading your CPU over time? You said no. I'm going to say that answer doesn't really work for me. And the reason is this whole list of stuff right here. You're not going to be able to get a CPU that's going to be able to do all of these things, the content creation and video editing that well, okay? You're going to be missing out on that a little bit. It's going to be slow at video editing if you get really complicated with it. So you need to be willing to get a system that will benefit greatly from an upgrade on the CPU down the line and be willing to do that upgrade. By that time, the whole series of pre-built, rebuilt will be out. At least phase 1 will be, where the instructional stuff is. You guys don't know yet about phase 2. Oh boy, I can't wait to tell you about it. You'll have to wait till September 1st to find out, I guess. Anyway. It can't be B450 because it was a 7700X. 7700X. B450 was AM4, socket AM4. John Paul Bacon, I would probably say the case is going to be is probably the hardest one to upgrade because you have to. Well, then again, you don't have to take the CPU or RAM or storage out of the motherboard. You just move it from one to the other. There is going to be an episode of PBR about how to do a case swap. That's going to be like the last instructional one. Oh my God, really? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Shh, don't ruin it for me, Bray, by saying it was an easy answer. No, I'm not trying to ruin it for you. I'm trying to make everybody else feel bad. But most people said motherboard, so it's okay. Paid attention to you. Got X670E ProArt Creator for $305. No need to upgrade that for quite a while. That's the thing, is get the good one. Get a good motherboard because it wants to stay inside your PC. It is the backbone of your PC. Thanks, Angry Beaver. Soldier Boy, that is correct. However, they want to do all this in 1440p. They've said their priorities were gaming, pro gaming / esports, and streaming. That's why I asked them that question, so that I could make that determination. Instead of it being a very balanced system, if I were customizing this, I would put a Ryzen 5 7600 in this thing. Make it as basic on the CPU as possible. Maybe, whatever. And because 6 cores can do gaming and streaming, yes, not great, but it can. And then they would be pushed to upgrade that down the line. But okay, I can upgrade down the line if I need to for the CPU. Trey, you absolutely will need to, if I have any say about it, because it's going to benefit you greatly. You're going to get everything else is going to cover your priorities for now. And as long as you stay simple on your video editing, things like that, you should be okay to do it. And racing sim and flight sim, you're going to need to be able to put in one of these, which is, again, it's just plug and play. It is super duper easy to do that. And if you want a guide on that kind of stuff, some of that's coming out next month. So good. Just subscribe to the YouTube channel and you'll see it. Which I think you have to subscribe to chat. So I guess you already did that. Thanks for subscribing. Okay. Looking at what we got here. You said you wanted a black PC, probably. That's what everybody says they want. Lately, I don't know why. Because, I don't know. For a long time, it was like 50-50. But, no, there are some people saying they want a white PC. Actually, a good number of people still. So, I don't know why I'm freaking out about that. But also because a lot of these are in white for some reason. 7700. That's very upside down. Wow. See, if you'd said you prioritizing things like video editing here, I would say, I would for one thing, I would wish that Intel was doing better with what they've got, because on a budget video editing system, Intel was winning. So now, who knows what's going on with their stuff. Okay. $3070 Ti, really interesting. Okay. See, now we're getting up to the 4070, but that's a 5000 series Ryzen there. No. If the budget were a little higher, I'd say this one right here, 7600X and a 4070. But it's not. This is just a little bit too high. And yes, the discount does help, but it's not going to take $190 off the system. No. Unless you were accounting for shipping, which shipping is free. Like if you were counting on having to pay for it. Damn, man. If only this was Ryzen like a 7600 instead of a 5700. Because that 4070 Super is so good. But man, I'm just not super stoked with a lot of these options here. What is the difference between these two? What the heck is going on? Why are there two separate entries for this? $16 gigs of DDR5, really, guys? 32 gigs of DDR5, same price, but a smaller AIO, no big deal. Okay, just comparing these next to each other, 7600X, 7600X. Tower cooler, 240 millimeter AIO. Oh, never mind. Double the RAM. 4060 Ti is the same for both. But this one has a 2 terabyte drive, whereas this one has a 1 terabyte. This one has a 650 watt power supply. This one has a 600 watt power supply. Still, I think this one is the better value. But the problem is, if you want to upgrade that GPU down the line, wait a second. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, 550 watts is the recommended PSU, at least by Seasonic. So even the 600 is above the recommendation, but only by 50 watts. That means if you go with something later on, like when 50 series comes out, you get a 5070 or something, you're going to need to upgrade your power supply, which is a pain in the butt, but it's doable. Ideally, I would be able to customize a system for you and go that route. However, generally on more of a budget buy, you'll spend more money customizing a system. This is a pre-configured one that is on clearance right now. So looking at the price, this was $14.29. It's down to $12.99 plus the discount you get with my code. That's going to take it down to about $12.60. Braythorn, when you see clearance on a pre-built, what are your thoughts? Probably great deal or old stock. When I see that on a deal and I know the industry pretty well and the companies that I look at, I know that Skytech has been moving to a new warehouse and they've been using clearances to remove a lot of stock that they will then not have to move from one to the other. Also, get used to seeing 7000 series stuff on clearance. It's going to be happening more frequently. Uh, 2 terabyte NVMe is good. I wouldn't prioritize that because storage is one of the easiest upgrades you can make. It is, no, excuse me. Storage is the easiest upgrade you can make, period. So, now second to that is RAM. So this isn't that big of a deal, but remember that with DDR5, because they'll use 2 sticks of DDR5 here, 8 gigs each. DDR5 currently, as things stand, most tech people will recommend that you do 2 sticks, not 4 sticks of DDR5. So that's another thing where if you want to upgrade it, you have to take out what's already in there. But with storage, you can just add more to what you already have. So it's an additive thing. Plus, you're going from a tower cooler to a 240 millimeter AIO, meaning a CPU upgrade down the line is not going to necessitate necessarily a cooler upgrade. I'm going to say this is it right here. The 32 gigs of RAM too is pretty crucial for streaming. I'm not going to tell anyone to stream on a system with 16 gigs. I would say this is the one right here. Is it ideal? No, but we actually did end up going with a decently balanced system. I would rather put you on a 4070 Super, but the only one in this price range that had that was on the 5000 series Ryzen socket AM4. There's like very little upgradability there. It is a dead socket. Okay, it is a dead platform. This puts you on socket AM5, the one that they're going to be supporting for years to come. You're going to be able to get a CPU upgrade in a couple years. It's going to blow your mind. It's going to completely change the performance of your system. At that time, that plus a GPU upgrade as well, it's like a whole new system. And I'm going to recommend a power supply upgrade pretty much regardless in that case. But yeah. It is a good deal, stealth mode. And there are some compromises we have to make for the budget, but that's, trust me, that is pre-built on a budget. When you're doing DIY on a budget, you have more leeway to do to sort of massage the build a little more into what it needs to be. But here, this is probably the best pre-configured one that we're gonna find, period. Okay. Air-cooled CPU versus AIO was also different. There, it is indeed. I did say that. How if you upgrade the CPU, you wouldn't necessarily need to upgrade the AIO because it has that. So I did cover that. Dead platform lol. That's it is called that. It's not that weird. Great budget find. It is. It'll definitely do the trick. Which one of these PCs can I get max FPS on Call of Duty? I'm not going to tell you a budget. I'm not going to tell you what resolution I play in. The most important question there. I just need answers now, and I'm not willing to provide any information. What's up, Vinval? Welcome to the stream. Don't worry. A lot of people enter that way, wanting to give a quick question and get a quick answer. That is not how it works here. You see all this stuff right here? This is information people have given me to help them effectively. And in order to do that, what you need to do is fill out the form, because you didn't tell me what your budget was. So I would probably just go find you, if you want max FPS in Call of Duty, Falcon Northwest, what do we think? 6 grand? That should do it. You see what I'm getting at, right? Don't ever base a multi-$1,000 purchase off of a quick question like that, where someone didn't say, hold on. You need to tell me more. That's the only time you should actually base a purchase off of advice, when that advice comes with a lot of questions. So check out the link in the description, fill out the form, get on the list, and I'll be happy to help you out. I'm sure you don't sound like that, by the way. I was just having fun with it. Okay, everybody. Spectator says 680p. What is 680p? Okay, so now it is time for Raymond. Raymond, are you still here? We're going to do a Micro Center parts list. It says you're still in chat. Excellent. So what I'm going to recommend for yours, because you're doing not gaming isn't even on the list. Streaming and coding/game design are the two things here that you listed as what you want to do with your PC. So I'm going to recommend that you hold off for Ryzen 9000 series to arrive at Micro Center. But when that day comes, you will have the whole build list is going to be the same, except you're going to swap in a 9000 series CPU. That's it. It's okay, Vin. All good. What's up, Kenneth? How you doing? Sorry, I just saw that. So the Micro Center in question is Sharonville, Ohio. What am I doing? There we go. I blacked out there for a second. Excuse me. Okay, so we're looking for a streaming coding/game design system in 4K resolution. We're looking for it to be in a black case, black parts, and time is not of the essence. Willing to buy within a month and get it within a month after purchasing it, but it's a parts list. You're just going to go in and pick them up. Crash, as I mentioned to you before, I have never played No Man's Sky. Never played it, unfortunately. Rock Latch says, bruh, I don't have Twitch. That's why I stream also on YouTube, where you are right now, actually. But welcome to the stream. This is cool. You're helping people individually. Well, that's the thing. I normally... this has been a weird couple of months, okay, with the approach of Computex, and then Computex coming and going, and me traveling for that, and then me saying, hey, wait until we hear about this and hear about that. And then the launch of Ryzen 9000 series coming up, and then being delayed. I haven't been posting the videos weekly, but I normally post SI Weekly on a weekly basis. And that is supposed to help most people. For those who watch that and don't say and don't feel like they're still don't feel like they're really feeling confident enough to buy just yet, that's what these are for. And I'm happy to help with it, you know? You need to, Bray, if you like more grounded space sims. I honestly haven't played many, so it's hard to say. But honestly, if it's grounded, how are we getting to space? You see, that's just a question I have. Did you think about that? I'm just kidding. Okay, Micro Center. And Sharonville. Oh. how to use our PC builder. Step 1, never leave it because we will cry. And they do. Okay. No one can hear Bray rant in space. Igor, are we sure about that? Are we sure about that? I mean, it's all radio signals, right? Okay, so Raymond. Let me check something really quick before I move on. What the heck? Okay, well, I can't wait to see how 9000 series does for content creation. I feel like that's I'm probably gonna end up switching that to my main. I'm probably gonna main a 9950X. Broga, sorry, I have yet to find it still. It's in a box when I was clearing this place out, which I need to do again, actually. Every time I do a build stream, it just decimates this room with boxes and stuff. Okay, let's just check on bundles. We should be able to swap the motherboard for a different one because of the streaming aspect of this build. Oh wait, that's right. We don't know if there's going to be any 9000 series bundles, so we'll go a la carte. So what we're going to do, we're going to select the 7950X 3D because this price of $529 is the closest desktop consumer processor from AMD, closest in price to what the 7950X is going to be, $699. So we need to leave about $180 of space in the build. But with the two things you're maining here, that's going to be there. It's going to be the critical component that's going to make it run really well. Motherboard, we need to get one that has a lot of I/O, but it doesn't have to have. Well, yeah. So yeah, I don't know what I'm getting at here. Let me just go ahead and choose these two options here: ATX and eATX. Actually, I'm going to disable the compatibility filter. It's probably going to make me do that stuff again. ATX. What the heck is CEB? I'm not keeping up with stuff well enough. EEB. This server stuff? Probably. Okay. And we want to go with X670E and X670. Probably just X670E. Let's just stick to that. Okay. Okay, there's 15 choices here. How many of these are just completely out of stock? This one. The Dash F? Really? It's like one of my go-tos. Okay, great. Well, there's the Aorus Master. This one is a great choice in terms of I/O, of storage options. You have 4 M.2 sockets on this thing. It is eATX, though, so we need to make sure that the case accommodates that. But it is a good option for this build. And at $379, nothing close to what you'll get with like the ROG Crosshair Hero or the X670E-E, which is about $100. It's exactly $100 more. But it's a very similar board. Yeah, I'd probably go with this one here. Don't like the carbon. The MSI MPG, X670E MPG carbon bothers me because of how low it sits the GPU. You lose PCIe expansion slots because of that, because there's 2 M.2 sockets up here above the X16. Don't like that very much. All right, go with this guy right here. Wait, what are we at so far? Yeesh. Of course, your motherboard and CPU are going to be very important for streaming and coding and game design systems. But yeah. So if I may ask, wait, where? Oh yeah, Raymond was right. Okay, Raymond was in YouTube chat. Raymond, for coding / game design, what are we talking about here? What are you going to be doing there? Out of curiosity. No, that's not what I meant to do. There we go. Hold on, let me look something up here real quick. That's still the thing. Okay. Fortran, lots and lots of Fortran. Maybe. CL30 is what I wouldn't go Corsair though, unless you're unless you're getting everything Corsair. Also, Raymond, how do you feel about RGB? Do you want this thing to have RGB in it? You know, illumination, that kind of stuff. What are we thinking? C++. Oh, okay. All right. Rogers, crazy. I got the same CPU for $449.99 at Micro Center on July 1st, only 5 weeks ago. That's not crazy. That's how sales work. But they're not going to buy this CPU. My suggestion is to wait for the 9950X, which is going to be a brand new CPU at retail. So it's going to be, you know, $699. That's how commerce works. That is buying goods and services. The prices fluctuate. No preference. Okay, so thank you. All right. I guess I get to decide for you then. You know what? In that case, if you're not going to choose, you're getting all the RGB, my friend. It is going to light up the night sky. Maybe next time you'll make some choices for yourself. Hey, Micro Center, you got any RAM that's stuck on like a highlighter green? Yellow highlighter, maybe like a split pea soup kind of color. Okay. Trust me, there is no wrong answer except, hey, you decide for me. That's the reason I asked you, is because I don't want to. Okay, we'll start with a 2 terabyte drive here, Inland Performance Plus 2 terabyte. Oh my goodness, look at that, it's right there. Oh no, it's too late. No, see that change button. I'm clicking it and I'm clicking it. It's not working. It's a parts list. You can change it if you want. But just keep that in mind. Please make choices because I shouldn't have to choose for you. I guess we can do the video card now. And honestly, here's the thing. Streaming it, you know, I'm meant to test this in my Threadripper system, which is still erroring out. It's getting a BIOS error. I fixed every error that came up until it ran out of codes that were meaningful. Now it's just a BIOS error. Like, yeah, I know. Or post error. It's a post error. Like, I know you're not posting. I did everything and it's still not posting. But anyways, that system was meant to have me test Radeon 7000 series GPUs for streaming. Because it's supposed to be way better now, so I wanted to do that, but apparently I can't. However, what are we at now? 1059. We're still good. I say SV, purple RGB. I mean, that's always the best choice. Purple is the best color. I'm actually not mean. Let me go in and change this. Of course, you can always turn off your RGB, but still. There you go. That's the kit. DR5 6000, CL30, 64 gigs, done. It's only a $15 difference, so it wouldn't have been that detrimental. $199 for a 64 gig kit that's fast and low latency is pretty dang nice, though. Wait, how did we get a bundle discount? What is this even bundled with? Man, I'm going to have to keep track of this now. The reason I chose this Micro Center was to try and get a high-priced CPU on here. Thanks. Jesse, is that Jesse Finn? What's up? How's it going? Welcome. What kind of cooler? I don't know yet. That's way down here. We're not there yet. Case is next, as it usually is. So, all right, Raymond. I will suggest a case for you, and it's probably going to be the Landcool 216 right here. Great build quality, no RGB. There you go. There is also, it could also go with the Fractal North if you want that wood, that touch of wood grain on there, which is very nice. Not even wood grain, actual wood. But this comes with both front fans and a rear fan. And you get 160 millimeter fans on the front, which are nice large fans that will push a higher volume of air at a lower RPM, meaning they run quieter, which is great for streaming,
hey folks,
actually.
Braithorn here, the guy who builds PCs, so you don't have to wrestle with cables like they're trying to escape. If you have any questions, just throw them my way. And remember, if you see a squirrel using your computer, it's probably my fault. Enjoy the stream. Bada bing bada bang bada. Boom. Y'all.
Hi, Nico.
Just so you know, that was trained off of this voice because I wasn't very comfortable training an AI with my actual voice. So, what's up, Nico Knows Tech? How are you doing this evening? Also, I hate cable management, but I hate cable management on stream. I like it off stream when I can really take my time with it. Just to be clear.
Jesse Finn, I guess that's how I say that. Whatever answer I give you, new CPUs are launching in 9 days. So this is probably not the best time to ask that. Also, if you're going to ask what the best processor is right now, you need to say for what? What for? For like, for compiling code? For video editing? For Blender? For gaming? For what? Like, questions need to contain information to get accurate answers. Just to be 7800X3D, period. I have that case of my main rig. It's really good. I know. Oh, I know. Yeah, you get two 160 millimeter fans up front, one 140 millimeter fan in the back. Quite nice. So I'll go ahead and select this one, unless you have it. Here's my suggestion to you, Raymond. When you're there in Micro Center, go to the case section and actually look at the cases, because Micro Center is one of the only places you can go and see aisles of cases that you can actually look at, poke at, see what the dimensions are like, see what the build quality is like. So I would have this be like a suggestion to you and a good go-to if you don't find another one you like. But see if there's another one that really stands out to you. Just understand that certain cases might not come with fans, meaning you'll have to purchase fans for them. Just whatever, you know. We'll see. I was thinking about the video card, though. And if you're streaming and programming in C++, but you selected 4K, like, are you not going to game on this machine at all? Not at all, because you didn't select gaming as an option. But Nico, how have you been? How have things been? Fractal Torrent. I mean, that's a great case. But this, it's a little bit different to build in than most contemporary cases. Been great, buddy. Thanks for asking. Toddler's running wild. Hope all's well on your end. Oh boy. Hey, you got your cardio happening then. That's good. You got it, Crash. We'll be here. No gaming planned. So the video card doesn't matter that much, really. Even though you chose 4K, so what? It's not going to be trying to generate graphics at 4K. It's just going to be a display adapter. So, okay. In that case, I would say go AMD with this. AMD and AMD 7900 GRE. How about that? In fact, I'm curious. Where does that sit here? 700 GRE. Above a 3090 Ti. Above the 4070 Super. That's even still probably a bit much for your system. But if you ever do game on this thing, sure, that's a 1440p Ultra. We would want to look at like 4K. And then it's down here, but still above 60 FPS on average. So there you go. That means it is a 4K card, potentially. So yeah, I would just do that. 7900 GRE, though the 7900 XT is a big upgrade there. We'll see where we're at on the budget and make a determination then. Didn't they want to stream their coding, though? Yes. But as I mentioned earlier, in this stream, not long ago, because of the recent OBS update, 7000 series Radeon cards and 6000 series apparently, but especially 7000 series Radeon cards have gotten much better at streaming. And it's just with the click of a button. So, oh, look at this. 7900 XT Sapphire Pulse for $709. And $689 for the ASRock version, Phantom Gaming. Pretty nice. Oh, they actually have the AMD version here. That's interesting. I wonder if this is with the old vacuum chamber, though, that they had problems with. Do you advise dual boot Windows and Linux 2x1 terabyte? Well, Raymond, I mean, you could always partition a single M.2 drive to have two volumes in it and then do it that way. But that's not something that I would advise you on. I mean, the thing about this is a parts list. You can get whatever you want. You can take my recommendation of the Inland Performance Plus, though. For any capacity, it's just a great drive. I mean, I'm not just saying that. I use the things, okay? They're awesome. And I've gone over the reasons why plenty of times. But, I mean, great longevity, great performance, great price. But another thing is, you're going to get, for your money, you're going to get more VRAM from AMD here. Say we go with a 7900 XT. That's 20 gigs of VRAM. So if you're going to go beyond C++ into anything that is going to require VRAM, you're going to have it. And there you go. I don't know. It's, I guess what would probably handle this as well would be a 4070 Ti Super. Is going to be around a similar price to this, like $749 one right here. That is another option. But that, you know, I guess we could just go that route. I could turn that off right here. And I just go up here and just type in the words TI Super. There aren't any other products that combine those words. Oh, look, I've searched it before. And we'll look at what the prices are for that. Well, I just won a PC giveaway. Oh, cool. Congratulations. 4070, 7600X, 32 gigs DDR5, 6000. Oh, that's good. They knew their specs with the RAM. So for gaming, the only thing I would upgrade it is the Ryzen processor because the GPU is already good, right? Well, if you're going to game at 1440p, you're probably fine with the 7600X. The higher resolution you go, the less power you need in your CPU. Because you're going to by nature run fewer, produce fewer frames per second from the GPU. So there's less for the CPU to process. And yeah, don't upgrade it until you've used it. 7900 XTX is a beast, says the short game. I didn't know how much of a beast it wasn't in Blender until I saw that. I was like, oh my gosh, wow. Yeah, those CUDA cores do a lot, I guess. But let's see here. Let's go price, lowest price. And if we look at the charts here, 4070 Ti Super in pure rasterized performance is not as good as the 7900 XT. It also has less VRAM. But if you guys are all concerned about, I'm just looking because there was some concern expressed, and there always is going to be someone who's like, wait, not NVIDIA? Wait, there's another option that's not NVIDIA? Yeah, and they're really good this generation. Like really good. Right here. It shows you. It shows you right here. Look at this. The 7900 XT, better than a 4070 Ti Super in rasterization. And this is Tom's Hardware. They did a lot of testing and then sort of averaged everything out. I mean, look at this generation all the way back to 20 series and 10 series. The RX 5700 XT is in here. The Vega 64 is in here. Okay. And if you go to lower resolutions, there's even older cards in here. But let's see. The 7800 XT is better than a 3080 at 4K. In 1440p, it beats a 3090. Yeah, this lineup of cards right here is nuts. 7900 GRE has been an especially good value in some cases. And showing here, it is above 60 FPS on average at 4K Ultra. In fact, it's at about 70 FPS on average. That's AAA gaming right there. If you run an easy to run game, obviously like Rainbow Six Siege or something, it's going to be in the hundreds, or no, at 4K maybe the 150s, or I don't know. I don't play that game, so I don't know even why I brought it up. But I know it generally gets really high frame rates. But people who play competitive games like that don't generally run 4K anyway. But yeah, there's some, now these prices are kind of high. $799 is the cheapest 4070 Ti Super. 16 gigs VRAM versus 20. Lower performance and rasterization. However, if they hadn't said, I'm not gaming at all on this thing, and instead they said, I'm going to do a lot of ray traced gaming, this would be the option, right? But they didn't say that. So it's not. And I'm sorry if that bothers you. But it's not for you. The PC isn't for you. It's for somebody else. I'm going to get a PC for ultra modded Skyrim. I don't know what that word is at the end. Well, if you just use 1080p, then yeah, you might need a CPU upgrade down the line. But yeah, just use it. It's whatever you've been using. This is probably going to be a massive upgrade regardless. Enjoy that before you spend any money on it. Okay, so we were looking at AMD cards. Just do this. It'll bring the ones I was looking at to the top. And we can move on. Oh, man. This card is so freaking cool. This is the card where it's a completely new design and the fans are easily removable with magnets so you can replace them if they break. It's so cool. But it's way too much for this system because no gaming is happening here, guys. I don't just ask the questions and then ignore the answers. I do pay attention. I think a 7900 GRE is going to be plenty for this. But just in case we want the 20 gigs of VRAM for more development later, for other development tools that require a more graphical interface and rendering out previews and rendering out stuff, we'll go with something with 20 gigs of VRAM because it's within budget. And yeah. Is pre-built good for that? Rock Latch Pre-built PCs are just PCs. There's no real difference in the end product other than did you build it or did somebody else? The difference, though, is in how much you pay, because you pay more for a pre-built because someone builds it for you, tests it, ships it to you, and then warranties it. So you pay extra for those services. So I'm going to say cheapest 7900 XT that's going to match the colorway is the one we should go with. That one right there. Look at this, $90 difference between the two. Okay, look at the difference. If there's any testing happening in 4K for graphic stuff, look at the difference in performance between the 7900 GRE to the 7900 XT. That is pretty substantial. So I'm going to say that one. Okay, plus 4 gigs more of VRAM. Select. Power supply. So I don't know how, I know that they have their TDP listed for the new CPUs. That's not, like, the nominal TDP is not what you think it is. It is actually a very complex algorithm, and I'm not even going to get into it because I don't know it. But I can venture to guess they're going to use more power than the previous generation. That's been the trend of things. I hope that the 9950X is going to be as amazing in whatever eco mode they have as the 7950X was in 105 watt eco mode. That thing was crazy in that mode. Near stock performance at like half the wattage. It was nuts. Okay, this, I ain't having that. You're not making me look at 700 watt power supplies, you idiots. Don't make me look at that. That's not what I want. I overbuild, meaning I want overhead. I want extra wattage availability. It might never be used. But if you run something far below its capacity, it can extend its longevity because it's built up to run more heat, more power, and it's not having to do that. That means it lasts longer. Okay, 1000 watt Seasonic Vertex GX 1000 ATX 3.0 compatible, 189, 7 in stock, 10-year warranty. Let's go, nerds. Let's go with 20 gig. Hey, there you go. Okay, now your cooling for this. You're the builder here, so I'm going to ask you, would you prefer an air cooler or an all-in-one liquid cooler? Is there a preference for you there? Please let me know. I'm fine going AIO here because you're not going to spend the extra $100 on a build fee because you're building it yourself. Plus, that adds more case fans and actually utilizes them in the proper way because the exhaust will go through the radiator, all that. Quieter is better. In that case, I would probably go with an all-in-one liquid cooler. It handles heat spikes better. It's going to have more fans, though, so there's a more number of fans. So if you go with something like a Be Quiet air cooler or a Noctua air cooler, those are supposed to focus on being pretty quiet. However, I'm not going to really, I don't know the heat characteristics yet of 9000 series, the top end 9950X yet. I don't know that. Oh, I just forgot. I just realized we're actually really close to fulfilling the budget because of this idiocy right here, where it's actually great that you have such a big discount on the 7950X 3D. Yeah, that's awesome. But we're trying to budget in for $699. So we have about $150 left, which is fine because we're just about done. I would go with an AIO. Nothing crazy. Does not need to be anything crazy at all. Oh, look, there's actually a Be Quiet one. 0 in stock. Yes, just in case you're wondering, it is selected to only show things that are in stock. Right there. And what do we get? Nothing apparently. There we go. We get this nonsense. Oh, here's this. Oh, this looks perfect. 0 in stock. Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Micro Center. I'm just looking for one with no RGB. That's all I want. I just want an AIO with black fans and no RGB. It's not too much to ask. Okay? I don't think it's too much to ask. It was too much to ask. I don't know anything about this bits power unit. I have known nothing about it. There's only one in stock and it's like $200. So nah. Let's see here. All right, the ProArt's too big. It's 420 millimeter AIO, 420 millimeter radiator. This would have been perfect, but they don't have it. Of course, you can buy your cooler from anywhere. You know what? I'll bet it's this. Hold up. Did that give me more items? Let me see. 63 items available. Never mind. It didn't change anything. Got him. Guess. Well, okay. You can go with the NZXT Kraken 360, I guess. But what I would do is this. Let me find you one real quick. Okay? Because you can get these from anywhere. You don't have to buy everything from Micro Center. Okay? Can I type? Thank you. Are you kidding me? When did Newegg's product search get bad? When did that happen? I wasn't aware of that. It used to be the best one. Like I seriously put Lian Li 360 millimeter AIO CPU cooler, and they're showing me pre-builts only. That's all I'm getting. Okay, and then sponsored ads. The sponsored ads give me the actual results I want. Newegg, what the hell are you doing? Sold by Newegg. I don't want a PC. I'm not looking for... Okay, we got to go here. And we got to go to... Wait, is it in CPU processors? Okay, liquid cooling. Okay. Now, there we go. And then maybe the... Okay, we need... AM5. Apply. But you see how there's ones with black fans on there? Neat. I'm going to try to find you a Lian Li one because I know they have one. Lian Li. Apply. Dude, but just going to the search bar and typing what you wanted used to be awesome on Newegg. Now they can't even get that right. Good Lord. There we go. The Galahad 2 Trinity Performance. No RGB, all cooling, $109. Hell yeah. So this is what you should get. I don't know why it only has 3.5 eggs, though. Let me look at the reviews for this. Thick rad. Oh, and actually, okay. Excellent job cooling, 700 extra. May not fit all cases that can accommodate 360 millimeter rads. Interesting. Failed after 2 months of use, possibly frying my CPU in the process. Initially, I had some very negative comments based on the failure, but less than 5 hours after I filed a claim, I got a response from Lian Li that they'd be shipping me a new unit, and they didn't require me to send the old unit back. Unusually good customer service. Well, that's good. Oh, this was... How long ago was this? In 2023. Yes. Early units had issues from these. Those were fixed. Old units were recalled, as far as I know, and everything was replaced on store shelves. So this should be fine now. It is going to affect what the reviews are, though. You know, forever. That's what happens. People don't go back and necessarily edit their things. But let's see what the dimensions are. I got to make sure it fits. Okay. Specs. Just see, you don't have to upgrade your motherboard. No, you just upgrade your CPU. What you do have to do, though, at that point is probably upgrade the BIOS. Update the BIOS, I should say. You need to update the BIOS. Okay. Radiator size, 32 millimeters. That is a little bit larger. What about the fan size? Fan size. Okay, no, that's... Oh, these are LCP fans. Liquid crystal polymer. They're really cool because standard ABS plastics that are used in most fans, fan blades, over time will like, as you're spinning them around, like centrifugal forces are pulling on that material, and it'll eventually stretch. So they need to leave some space between the edges of the fans and the frame. That's not necessarily good for static pressure and airflow in general. So with liquid crystal polymer, it doesn't stretch like that. It's not as pliable. So you can make the fan blades go almost exactly to the frame, and you get much better static pressure with those, which is great for radiators. Fan lesson concluded. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. But this doesn't tell me the size of the fans, like the thickness of the fans. I do need to know that to get the overall. I don't know if it's going to fit in. The radiator's 32 millimeters. That is larger than the usual, like, 28 or so. So larger by 4 millimeters. So that means we need to look at the case. I'm just verifying compatibility here. I've only got one build after this anyway, so we should be good, right? So I got to go to case. And it should have all info here. That's why I'm just going straight to this. Okay. Cooling specification, radiator. Okay, it doesn't have the thickness here, so I'm going to have to look on their website. Maybe. Yeah, that's a no. Okay. Sorry, but I don't want you to run into any problems installing this and having it hit the RAM or anything like that, because there's not enough vertical height between the top of the motherboard and where the radiator goes. But it is pushed towards the glass, so it should be fine. And also you got low profile RAM, which is great for something like this. But let's see. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, overall thickness must be less than 55 millimeters. That's rough because... Oh, overall thickness of the radiator, 55 millimeters. That's good. We're less than that. Unless they mean that including the fans. I don't know. This is unclear. Yay, 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 yay. Awesome. Hooray. Yippee. I don't know. 55 millimeters. So generally, if you have... So it's 32 for the radiator on that performance AIO. And if the fans are 30, that's 62 millimeters. That's too thick for this. Because the fans might also be thicker than normal. This doesn't tell me here. Well, here's what I'm going to have you do. Try asking them there. Ask them at Micro Center. Maybe they'll even let you do a test fit. I don't know. But the cool thing is, well, I mean, actually, the problem is they don't have this at Micro Center, so you can't just turn it in if it doesn't work. You have to then ship it back and get a different one. But the price is so good and it's so performance focused, I would like to see if you could make this work. It's definitely, I think, worth a try. So I'll send you a link for this aside from the rest of this. What is all this other nonsense here? Can this just, will this just take you to it? Let's see if this link works just like that. Nope, doesn't work because you have to have all this nonsense at the end. So keep that link, save that link, bookmark it, whatever. That's the AIO that I would recommend, though I am not certain about the fitment. If not, go for the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 in black. Just go for that instead. I'm just trying to get it to where it's all Lee and Lee so that you can use L-Connect 3 to control your fan, your fan profiles, fan curves, and all that. Okay? Because it does work with that software. And that's the build. Even with the increased price of the 9950X when that launches, and again, I recommend waiting for that. It's going to probably help with your coding. Though this is a really, really exceptionally good deal. This was, I think, $599, $699 at launch. So $334 is bonkers. Okay, this is also not going to be as good for what you're doing as a 7950X non-3D would be. So you're not gaming. If you were gaming, this would be awesome because you get both productivity and gaming performance. But yeah, I would say wait for that. That's just my 2 cents. If you want to get this one, you totally can. I'm sure they'd be happy to sell it to you. Aside from that, I need you to click on this other link and save that build. And here's how you do it. Okay, basically, once you click it, it'll take you here. Click on, hover over save, and click save this build. It'll then ask you if you to create a Micro Center account, which you're probably going to want to do anyway. So that now the other option is to just add it all to your cart. Just add it to cart. There you go. And then you can take that cart to Micro Center and be like, "Hey, these are the stuffs that I want. Please give me this stuff." Lankle216 has a heart showing other thickness compatibilities. A what? 360 millimeter radiator. Overall thickness less than 77 millimeters. So that should be fine. Yeah, because with 32 millimeter thick on the radiator, and then if the fans are 30 millimeter fans, if they're trying to compete with Fantex on that stuff, then you're looking at 62. So that should be fine. Dang, I need a beard like that. Like what? What? Mine? It is nice. Oh, a chart. Okay. What are those things called where it's 3 120 millimeter fans connected and they usually put them in the side and bottom of case? That's like well, there's different things. Matrix fans, unibody fans, there's different ways of referring to it. NZXT just came out with their version. And despite my urging to the contrary, they did not come out with a version that was with reverse flow fan blades. They really should have. It would have looked amazing. Yeah, me. Well, yeah, I mean, I grew it myself. Micro Center ship what? They ship some stuff, but not all stuff. I think all of this stuff is actually eligible for shipping. They were really cracking down on that during, I'm not showing the screen, but all this stuff none of this stuff says in-store only. So yeah, you can probably ship all of these things. Back during the pandemic and the shortages and all that, they cracked down on that, and you could only buy PC hardware in store. So yeah. Michelle Melton, welcome. Newegg's been having a hard time lately. Yeah. I mean, they got pinned to the wall by Gamers Nexus, so they've been on their best behavior. But man, I don't know what they're doing with their search feature. It used to be the one where I was like, if you're looking for something, even if you're not going to buy from there, go search on Newegg, find the product you want, and then search that exact product on Amazon and get it there if you want, or wherever you're going to get it. Actually, one thing that most people don't know is that, especially, well, people who are like photographers and stuff might know this, or videographers or YouTubers or whatever. But there's a site called a store and a site, a corresponding website called B&H Photo. And that is low key a great place. Excuse me. That is low key a great place to get PC hardware at times if you can't find it elsewhere. I even have gotten a couple really good bundle deals there, which are really nice. $240 or $280 would be a good option. $280 might be a better option in this case, just because then you have larger fans and lower noise. But $360 is going to cover whatever crazy heat requirements come with the 9950X. And if they follow the example that they set with the 7000 series Ryzen, these things are going to just rocket right up to 95 degrees Celsius. And the better you cool it, the better performance you're going to get. Like, it's going to max its temps out regardless, unless you go with like custom loop liquid cooling. And you want to like overclock it or whatever. But no, if you want to get the best performance out of these, you got to overdo it on the cooling a little bit, because they're designed to max out their temps and take it from there, depending on what your cooling capabilities are in the system. Yeah, they have great stuff. Indeed. I've been a big supporter of theirs for a long time. Are we talking about, B&H? Yeah. B&H is great. Have gotten some camera equipment from B&H. Love B&H. Yeah, they're great. They are great. That's the camera I'm using right now. This FX3 right here, from B&H. The lens I'm using on it, from B&H. All of that. I used to have a thick beard like that, but my genetics are weird, and it takes me about 2.5 years to get a thick beard like that. Yeah, there's not a lot that I excel at. But growing a beard is one of those things. I guess that's cool. If I just like shave it all off, it would probably be a few weeks till it looks like this again. A couple weeks maybe. Not this part. This part's longer. Like, I let this part be a little bit longer because I don't know, I like it. But the rest of it, I have to trim it pretty regularly, or it starts to look kind of. And I used to have like a long beard, and I would like even straighten it and stuff, which is, by the way, not a weird thing to do. A lot of beard people use these little straighteners to, or flat irons or whatever you want to call them, because beard hair is not like head hair. It can be very like all over the place if you don't. But yeah, I used to do that, and it looked pretty nice, but I got tired of it. It was a lot of upkeep. And now every time I see Bad Seed, or I see Brian Bad Seed, I'm like, I wish I had kept my beard as it was. It was pretty epic. It's okay, Crash. I paid for it with a low metabolism. Anyway. Yo, Triple B, how's it going, buddy? How are you? Look at that. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. 10 months subscribed with a 10-month streak. How's it going, buddy? How you doing? Braithorn, build a save. Thank you very much. You're very welcome. Okay, let's save it ourselves, even though it will get deleted if I help somebody else with a Micro Center build. We are reaching the home stretch, the final hour of the stream. If this is a quick one, I can do 2 builds. If it's not, this is probably going to be the last one. But generally, that's how it works. Whoever joins in the beginning of the stream gets help during that stream, and whoever joins after will be helped in the next one. And we're doing this again on Thursday. But yeah, I haven't done that many builds tonight, which I feel bad about. But I mean, some take longer than others. Okay, Nate, where are you at? Visual Nate. It's time. Do the liquid cooler pumps make any noise? Yes, liquid cooler pumps make noise like all things with moving parts. The real storm. Some are noisier than others. Lee & Lee's been doing this for a while, and they tend to make pretty good quality products. The failure issues that happened when the new lineup first launched were linked to basically the software issues. Their hardware is really good. Why is RAM speed important? Because if it's slower, it will be slower. Everything that you're running right now on your PC All the information for it is sitting on your memory. And every time you do something in that program, in that software, you are accessing that RAM, writing to it, reading from it. And it is one of the, it won't make the biggest difference in like FPS in gaming, but in the general snappiness of your system, it can be a pretty solid difference depending on what you're comparing. There's another thing though. With Ryzen, RAM speed is critically important. And what's really important is that you get one-to-one synchronization from the communication from the CPU, the memory controller to the RAM, all that. Okay, one-to-one synchronization. And I'm not going to go into the details and throw around a whole bunch of technical jargon. Okay, but let's say this: the RAM likes to run the CPU. You know, the CPUs, the things that control how things are communicated between the CPU and the memory, okay, like to run at certain frequencies. And if the RAM is running at a similar frequency, then you get one-to-one synchronization. So generally, I think 3000 megahertz is what's going on with Ryzen 7000 series memory controller. It likes to be, that's a good number for them. So 6000 mega transfers per second on the RAM gives you that, because it's DDR5 double data rate. So you take that 3000 megahertz, and if you look at the RAM specs, it's 6000 mega transfers per second. Even though they call it megahertz, no, it's 3000 megahertz or 6000 mega transfers per second. I hope you're happy that you asked that question. I tried not to get too much into the nitty gritty there, but no avoiding sometimes. I got the form right here. Yeah. I usually ask those questions, but the one I was going to ask was, what is this about? A specific color. What's the deal there? I can see here that we have a budget of 3,000. If that's higher, by the way, if it's like 3,200 or whatever, please let me know what the actual maximum budget is so that I can optimize the build. Okay. And let's see. Oh, didn't mean to do that. There we go. But yeah, specific color. Tell me in chat. So what specific color are we talking about? Well, Visual Nate, do you know why you can't choose no preference? Do you know, why do you think that would even be a thing? Why wouldn't I put an option saying I don't care? Let's think about that for a second. I don't want to choose for you. You put it on. No. I don't. It's not my. I don't have to look at this thing. You got to choose. You have to choose. I'm sorry. Sorry for the free help. This is a requirement. You have to choose between two colors. Oh, no. I don't care. I'm not going to sit here choosing for you. That's why I used to have a thing where you could put in a specific color with text, and so many people put, I don't care. I promise you, I don't care even harder. There is more I don't care on this side than on that side. I promise. White or black is fine. Thank you. Okay, cool. You chose a color. Now I can proceed. Good. That your response to that was multiple choice or multiple options was beautiful. That was amazing. Okay, so tell me what it is that you said you were going to need to specify more. Talk to me, Nate. What's going on? I need a relatively simple but reliable PC to run in an interactive exhibit. It's playing a Unity-based custom racing game, multiplayer. Right, okay. It needs to drive 3 monitors, 1 for each player, and a third for the leaderboard. There will be 2 USB feedback steering wheels. There will be at least a USB keyboard and mouse, maybe several other USB devices. Drive space can be average. Power supply should be more than adequate. Motherboard should be reliable. I need it by Friday or Monday. Small form factor would be fine. Okay. I'm not going to recommend small form factor. I can understand why you would want that, though. I can. But by Friday is not going to happen with a custom system. It's just not going to happen. If we're doing custom, then the problem is you need some specific things with the motherboard here. The only option that we have that could potentially get there close to when you need it, like this is way late in the game for that. These are hard. These are big, heavy things that are difficult to ship. I don't think you can do a small form factor at this point unless you just do a laptop with a USB hub. And that's not going to be ideal. So you're not close to a micro center, right? Is that true? Is that correct? You're not close to a micro center? Oh, yeah. Okay, then yes, let's do that. All right. Raymond, just so you know, Micro Center can build this for you same day. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a Micro Center build. It's going to be same day. Awesome. I hope they have updated their Charlotte, North Carolina inventory. But yeah, Raymond, just letting you know, your build is about to be erased, but you saved it, so you're good. Ali May, what's up? Hi, so I'm getting a PC soon, and I'm really nervous if I do something wrong. Can you tell some tips? Ali May, I can actually help you choose your PC. If you fill out the form listed in the description, it's going to ask you questions that you should be asking yourself anyway. And in that form itself, you'll find a few things. It's like, I didn't think about this. This is good. There's almost like there's tips in the form itself. But if you fill it out and I help you, then I'll know your budget, what you're going to be using it for, all of those things, and I can help make a suggestion that you can feel comfortable with. And that's free. It's just a thing that I do. Check the description, click the link, get on the list. I might not have time to take care of it tonight, but if you come back Thursday, you'll be one of the first people I help. Ops Vixen, welcome to the Swarmies. Thank you for getting that YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Michelle Melton, purple builds for all. I wish. Hey, short game. You say that like a pink system is a bad thing. I think pink systems look rad, actually. I built one for Ari a while back, and it looked great. But then I put her into a different one because that one was having some OS issues, and I meant to clean it up, and I didn't actually do that. Anyways, clearing the build, starting it over, going to Charlotte, North Carolina. Hey, Bray, can you help me, Unc? With what? If you're looking for help with finding the right PC, you know where to go because I just said it. Click the link in the description, fill out the form. And because my hard cutoff is midnight Central Time, we don't have a whole lot of time left. So probably come back on Thursday, and you'll, again, just like I just told Ali, you'll be one of the first people that I help. Because you're getting in before the people that are going to submit the forms in the beginning of that stream, if you get what I mean. And see, Charlotte, here we go. I hope the inventory is here. So we're going to try to do small form factor. I am going to try. If it's going to be running that many... Well, it's running one game. And we all know what the best gaming CPU is, right? Right, gang? What is it? That's right. 7800 X3D. There you go. I don't think we're going to get a motherboard bundle that's going to work with this because we're going ITX. I'm going to give this a shot. Mini ITX, there are 4 options. We're going to need good... The problem is we need good I.O. because of all the different... That's the problem, Nate, with going with small form factor. Most ITX boards have not that great rear I.O., and you can't add any with one of these guys right here. See that? You don't have any slots for these. These are awesome, and they're like $40. They don't require any extra external power. None of that stuff from the power supply. None of that. But we're going to see out of these options here, at least the budget is high, so we can pick pretty much whichever one we want. But they don't have a lot in stock, so let's see. I'm thinking gigabyte's probably going to be the best on I/O. That's just, I'm venturing a guess there. Let's find out. Oh, brother. 6 type gigabyte. Y'all slipping. Serious? Look at all this dead space here. Look at all this empty space. Okay. That is pitiful. I hate ITX builds. Maybe we might need to go MATX, okay? It would mean a smaller case, but not a tiny case, okay? And then you can put in a USB expansion card. But we're going to check this one first. The X670 Strix is probably going to have the most I/O now that I think about it. Okay, we're getting warmer, I guess. It's 1 extra USB Type A. Very few fast ones, though. Okay. Let's just check this guy, because this is probably going to be the one. And there's only 1 in stock. That's great. Well, reliability. I get that. It is a computer, though. Computers are computers. And computers break. Jerry-rig everything is... and please don't be upset with me for using your quote. Okay, we're getting better. This is good. Of course, it's like a $450 ITX motherboard, though. But you have dual USB 4 on this, which is nice. And, yeah, dual USB 4... plus 8 USB Type A's. This is pretty good. I mean, you know how many USB devices you're going to be using. I don't. What I'm going to try now, we're going to try looking at micro ATX boards instead, and we'll look for a micro ATX case, because that's going to be in between ITX and full size and mid tower ATX. All right. But that's going to allow you to add one of these guys. And that's going to give you 5 USB Type A, USB 3.0s, and 2 USB Type Cs that are also 5 gigabit per second, like USB 3.0. Wait, no, what? No, I said micro ATX. I must have clicked the wrong one. Okay. I'll just do this and then deselect the other. Deathly Nightshade says, go micro ATX. Yeah, I know. I wanted to see what was there, but these aren't super great anyway either, but at least, well, even then, we might be blocked from using... No, we should be able to use one of these. Okay, let's see. Okay. We're going to look at the... Wow, just no X670E. None. None whatsoever. Alrighty. That's great. Even if it's not as good, though, if you get a decently low-profile card, you can put in an expansion card. But I don't know if that's going to be possible here. Let's see what we got for I/O on this one. This build, I think, is going to take a while, honestly. Not bad, actually, Asus. It's pretty good. It's less than that ITX one, though. But it's also a lot cheaper. It is less than half the price. Less than half. But looking at where the X16 for the GPU is, right there, and yeah, that's nothing's going to fit there because they pushed this down with the M.2. And to show you what I mean, if we look here at some of these that are less built out, you can see that this is higher up. Let's see. Great, that didn't help. Okay. So many tabs. So many tabs. Okay, looking at the I/O on this, this is pretty good, actually. All right. Not a single USB Type-C to be spoken of here, but there are 8 USB Type-A's. 4 of them are USB 2.0. So make sure whatever devices are being plugged in, these are for mouse and keyboard right here. But looking at the layout here for PCIe, you actually have 3 slots here worth of space. So down here, you would be putting in a USB add-in card. Okay, you have 2 M.2 sockets here, so that's nice. I think this will do the job. Yeah, I think this will do the job. Plus, you do have a front panel USB Type-C header, so if the case has that, you will have one USB Type-C on there. That's nice. But we're going to need to keep the GPU to something that is 2.5 slots or 3 slots max. And then I'll give you a link for this card because this thing is actually awesome. I've used it in a couple of builds actually at this point, and it works great. And it doesn't require you to run Molex or SATA power to it. It has its power from the PCIe bus. Hey Bray, why don't you start your own PC company building PC? King Leonidas, I know way too much about SIs now, and I would never. No thanks. Besides, if I do that, the only content creator on YouTube that focuses on pre-builts would not be able to make videos about pre-builts anymore, other than my own. I would not be, I would no longer be neutral. There would be no way to be impartial if I'm in the industry. So I can't do that. If I do that, you guys will no longer have, like, if I had that business, why would I be showing other companies at that point? I would do these streams and I would sell you guys my PCs. Tori, okay. Tori Late, just want to pop in and say thank you for taking the time out of your day to helping out our hunt for PCs. I filled out a form months ago. I finally recently made a decision to buy one after chickening out last time. All your help for something that was so confusing made it so much easier. Much love, Braythorn. Thank you, Tori. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming back to say that. Let us know how it turns out. Let us know in the Discord. Post it up in the Rigs channel or something. I'd love to see what you ended up getting. I think this is going to be the choice. I'm not a big fan of this motherboard in general. Like, the power delivery isn't crazy. The cooling for the VRMs is not comprehensive, obviously, but it has the expansion that we need, and that's important. And yeah, you are going to need that card. So you once told me that some lower spec motherboards have a lower power. Nate, what do you want me to do? What would you like me to do in this case? I am trying to work with the constraints that you have given me. It has less power delivery. It has fewer phases for power delivery. It's a cheaper motherboard. You also said you want to keep the budget lower than the budget you gave me. Tell me what will be reliable. A full-size PC is going to be more adaptable and reliable. No. Reliable, no. There's nothing saying that. What's going to happen is this thing will work with the 7800X3D. It'll figure it out. It'll send it the power that it can. It'll be fine. But if you don't like this, then don't buy this. Okay, so what I'll suggest is not going with something small form factor. Just deal with the mid-size tower. We go full ATX. That's my recommendation. Because I'm going to be able to show you motherboards with better I/O, and you might not even need to add any. But if you need to, you have plenty of PCIe slots to do so. That's my recommendation. And we can find a smaller full ATX case. If that's not going to work, then you're going to have to deal with some compromises, because that's what you got to do to get the exact system you need. Make compromises here and there sometimes. Okay, so thinking about this, what's going to be do they have let me select MSI and see if brand, I want to see if they have a particular MSI motherboard. They don't. Okay. All right. Gigabyte it is then, probably. I promise I'll find the smallest ATX case I can, and you can work with that. They got the Aorus ICE motherboards. Those are so nice. But yeah, let me show you what I'm talking about here. Let's look here. I'm going to close all these. Oops. I closed out the one I just opened. Pre-built, Bray built. That's good. Oh, I've been to this page before. Of course I have. It's motherboards. I obsess over motherboards. This is what I do. How's that? Is that a little better? Did we feel a little better about that? That is 12 USB Type A right there. 12. I feel better about that. How do y'all feel about that? I feel better. My business partner's in the other room. You can make the budget $3,000 again. Okay, cool. I love hot pink. My current outfit is mostly hot pink. Nice. Been a pink person for 15 years now. Pink, the color pink is metal AF. Like it's not supposed to exist. Kind of like brown, actually. But the color pink isn't on. Like where in the rainbow is pink? Where in Roy G. Biv is it? It's not in there. But it does exist. It willed itself into existence. I think it's an awesome color. And combined with like cyan or you know that kind of color that's your vaporwave aesthetic. And I just shoehorn purple in there because I love the color purple. I think it's a gorgeous color. But yeah, look at this IO right here, and it's only $239 down from $289, and there are 3 new in stock at the Charlotte store. This is our motherboard. That was quick. USB 4 is not important here. You're not doing any Thunderbolt stuff, right? You didn't mention that in your needs. So yeah, yeah, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. If it is, we can come back to this. But I do think we need to continue on here and try to complete your build. I will say this is being used for gaming, and the 7800X3D. You're running multiple monitors and controllers, I guess, but it is one game running, right? You're not doing virtualization, virtual machines, right? It's just one game running for multiple things, right? Yes, they are USB. Yes, they are USB 3.0 as opposed to USB 2.0. Yes. The difference in throughput is significant. Okay. All right. Back to work. Ray, let's go. Okay. RAM. Death and Nightshade, is that really important for gaming? USB speed? I mean, only if your devices require it. Mouse and keyboard run on USB 2.0 usually, and that's totally fine. Okay, do we want 64 gigs? I think you said, let me see what else you said about the build. No RGB needed. Okay. That's all I was looking for. Okay. Let's go to capacity. Make that. I don't know. Are you... 32 gigs would be plenty. Even 16 might work, but 32 is safe. Good to know. You knew exactly what I was thinking about. DDR5 6000 CL. Let's go CL30. And is that right here? It is not right here. Okay. Let me just go ahead and put cast latency in here. CL30. And DDR5 6000. There you go. G-Skill Flare X5. They don't have 32 gigs in that one. Interesting. Team Group T Create Expert. 32 gigs. DDR5 6000. CL30. There you go. I have the music way too quiet. Sorry. Y'all probably could barely hear it. Okay. We'll come back to the video card. Imagine that was 64 gigs of storage. I used to get by on 512 megabytes. Okay, so. Oh, I want to. Hey, buddy, you want to get online, play some StarCraft? Okay, sure. Let me uninstall MechWarrior 3 real quick, and then install StarCraft. All right. Yeah. Or was I at 80? I think I started with 80 megabytes on that system. Good Lord. I upgraded it to a 512 down the line. How'd you do that? Being an enthusiast. That's how. Enthusiasm trumps all when it comes to things being convoluted or complicated or annoying. Inland Performance Plus 2 terabyte, PCIe Gen 4, very reliable, great longevity, great speed, 129. Yes, please. Dark Orbit back in the day was my guilty pleasure. I don't remember that one, actually. Let me ask you guys something, and you can, if you even if you've been lurking, I'd like you to chime in. Maybe this would be better as a poll, but like, do you guys hang out? You know, obviously it's my sparkling personality. I know that, but this, like, doing this is fun for you guys to watch, right? Seeing me problem solve, figure these things out, and generally lay the sarcasm on pretty thick as I go. But this is fun for you guys, right? Let me know. How do you, is that what keeps you here? I know it brought you here if you came here to get help, but what kept you here for those who have been here for a long time? I'm just curious. Give me something to read when I look back at chat, because I'm going to get to work here. Video card. What's going to be good here? I mean, I know ideally just the best of the best is going to be the best option, right? But that's a lot of heat. That's a lot of power usage. And it's also going to be a chonker, meaning less expandability. I would say that this is the card for you guys right here. Aside from the 16 gigs of VRAM, which I think is regrettable in this case, the 4080 Super Pro Art is an awesome card for this use case, and I'm going to tell you why. This was painstakingly developed to be a very powerful, capable card that is only just over 2 slots. Look at that. Actually, guess who helped in the development of this card? Actually, Falcon Northwest helped in development of this card. Well, with the other one, but yeah. Rogers, you got caught by AutoMod. Oh no! What did you do? Yeah, it's teaching me. Michelle says, yeah, it's teaching me a lot. Plus, I really enjoy everyone in the chat too. Yeah, me too. Short Game says, hell yeah. Anton, yes, problem solving with PC part builder is fun, although I prefer tighter budget builds. This is also a unique challenge too, but yes, the budget builds with the tight budget is like, that's when I really have to get the gears turning. My wife says, it's amazing. Bray amazing. Nice. I think it's super interesting. Says Crash. Justin says, yes, fun for me. First day watching you. Nice. I just like hanging out with other nerds. Indeed. Crash is mainly here to learn. Awesome. Dodger says, this is fun. It helps me to decide what I want to put in my build and then change my mind every new stream. Not going to be happy till I talk myself into a 4090. Not Dodger Dog. If it takes that long, the 5080 and 5090 will be coming out by the time you convince yourself to get a 4090. Though the price will have dropped quite a bit on the 4090, maybe, if you wait that long. And now, see, that's the thing. I don't want to ever come across as if that's what I'm doing when I get sassy with someone new coming in and immediately demanding information, because they don't think that's what they're doing. I don't think that most people come in thinking what I'm doing is demanding that this person stop helping whoever they're already helping and help me immediately without me even saying hi to them. You don't realize that because you come in and it's just a dude talking about computers. So why not get him to talk about the stuff you need to know? And I don't want to come off as mean or anything, or, you know, I'm slapping anybody down when they ask a question. I'm the same way with my friends. I'm a sarcastic jerk, I guess. I don't know, but it's my sense of humor. It is funny. Tough love. Yeah, I guess so. Ironside really caught my attention when I first started looking. I was heavily leaning in Ironside. Ironside's good. But they are a boutique builder, and that's less price to performance. That's just how that works. Okay, back to this. But yeah, I was going to suggest that. Okay, call my business partner back in if you want to tighten the budget. No thanks, Visual Nate. We're good. Let's start with a 4080 Super. It's a very capable card. It's not going to be as demanding power and heat-wise as a 4090, and it's going to be a lot cheaper. But if anything, we could also, I don't know what the game is. I don't know if it requires NVIDIA features, CUDA cores, things like that. Or if we can go with a 7900 XTX. If you can do that, that's a great card, and it's also cheaper than this. But we'll select this one for now. The Pro Arts are really nice cards. Okay, case. This is going to be fun. Okay, so we're looking for a non-huge full ATX case. So mid tower, max motherboard size. Well, not. I guess yeah. Max motherboard size ATX. Okay, I will say this. The 4000D is really not bad in terms of dimensions. It's pretty good, actually. Let me measure it real quick versus... I'll look at the measurements of Lenco 216 and compare it, because I have one right here. So... Okay, Nate, tell me real quick. What are the dimension requirements? Like, what are the restrictions here? So far, it's about 8.5 wide, 8.5 inches wide. Okay, it's about 18 inches tall, 8.5 inches wide. I just got to check the depth real quick. I'm only waiting on the 9000 series and your advice. I'm doing 4070 Ti Super or 7900 XT. 4090 would cost more than what I'm thinking of spending on the whole build. Yeah, fair enough. Need something that can push Super Metroid at 5000 FPS. Excellent. That's what I want to hear. Yeah, Kerry Holzman, John Paul Bacon, I think you mentioned them the last time, and I think that they have actually stopped into the stream before, if I'm not mistaken. I know I'm subscribed to them. Learned a lot from you, and it's nice to see you help people. Help me pick a pre-built PC, says Fermit. That's awesome. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate that. I like to learn from others, and helping if I can. Live streaming is always great. John, I agree. Main thing is that I would like to carry it on the flight, but I guess we'll figure that out if it isn't possible. That I didn't know, Nate. I didn't know that. You could have said that. Did you say it and I missed it? You might have. And if so, I'm sorry. Let me see. In all the things you said, let's see if carry-on size was mentioned. All I saw, it's going to sit in a closet. I didn't know you weren't near the place. That I didn't even know that. Power supply, Friday or Monday. Small form factor will be fine. Visually, case can be any color. No RGB needed. Ability to run cool. Generate minimal heat. Helpful since we'll be running a walled space like large. Nothing about. Yeah, nothing about flying with it. Found out yesterday I was leaving on Sunday and needed this to go with me. Well, guess what? I found out even later than you did. This is not carry-on size. And I don't think there's an ATX case that is carry-on sized. Wait a second. Maybe there is. Hang on. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. ATX. What are the dimensions of this? Because what is the limitation for carry-on? Okay, up. Okay, 22 inches long, 14 wide, and 9 inches high. Okay. Okay, that's under 9 inches right there, but barely. That is over 14. So this is too big. That is too big. It's the depth that's a problem. So yeah, looking at the sizes here. So 22 inches in length. So that's going to be the height of the case, right? And that's 21.02. But it's this measurement right here. This one is above the 14 inches. And this is under. So it's just really 1.88 inches too much. Okay. All right. I don't know what to tell you. You're going to have to get a motherboard you don't like. That is what it is. Let's start over from scratch. Anyone who's waiting to get help tonight, I'm sorry. This is going to be the last build of the night. I do apologize. Why is it limiting me here? Why can't I choose micro? Come on, man. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Change, please. Can you do one of these for me? Yes. Jussie, if you've been... Wait a minute. Jussie, didn't you win a PC? You already have a brand new PC. What do you need this done for you for? No, you don't need that. Yeah, why would you want me to... Like, there's other people who didn't win a free PC that need help. Let's not take away from that. They need their help. AM5. Which one was I looking at? The Prime 2 was looking good. And yeah, with this one, with the ProArt card, you should be able... Well, actually, no. Usually, yeah, you should be able to still fit a USB expansion card in there. Yes, this one should work. All right, we're going to get it. We're going to move on. Wait, hold on. Did you need Wi-Fi in this thing? I don't remember. Let me see. You don't know if you need Wi-Fi? Do you not know if you need Wi-Fi? Is that for real? You picked I don't know. Let me do this then. No. There we go. I started freaking out. I'm like, come on, man. Okay, that was not a big deal at all, though. You answered very quickly, and I appreciate that. Okay. But yeah, with this card, we should be able to find a case that works with it. Case, MATX Max. Let's go. We should be able to get this done. Max motherboard size, MATX. Perhaps we'll find something that's going to work with those restrictions. I've heard this one's pretty good. Let's see what we're looking at here, though. If this is the one I'm thinking about, anyway. But it's got 5 stars out of 33 reviews. Good Lord. Okay. Yeah. Well, let's look at the dimensions, because I might be getting ahead of myself here. Okay. All right. Yes. Actually, yes. This barely fits. What you'll basically have to do, you can't put this in a case or a box. This barely fits as a carry-on, but it does. Just like drill a handle into it. And there you go. There's your carry-on. Maybe wrap it in cellophane or something so it doesn't get scratched. But yeah. Yeah, so it's less than 22 inches in one dimension, less than 9 inches in the other dimension, and less than 14 in this one. Bam, baby. There you go. Hold on. I got something that would work. Looks like a solid airflow. It has holes all over it. So, I mean, it has that going for it. Yeah. Front panel USB Type-C support. Looks like it can take, let's see what we can do for what fans does it come with? Cooling specifications, including fans, 120 millimeters. So we're going to need to add fans. You can do 3 top 120s or 2 top 140s. You can probably do a 360 millimeter AIO in there. Top internal, rear okay. You can do a 360 millimeter AIO in this thing. That's awesome. Okay. Bray, how much would I have to pay you to hang out with you in person for a few hours? Crash, I'm not an escort. That's a little bit of a weird question to ask a person. If at some point, if the community gets big enough, we'll do something like a meetup at PAX or something, or TwitchCon or whatever. But I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that question right there. That one went in a weird direction that I didn't really like. Select. I think this is the winner. Oh, good. Okay, ad break out of nowhere. Medic, okay, all right. Medic made it weirder. Okay, for the power supply, then we're going to need to go with an SFX power supply. Form factor SFX. Oh yeah. Oh man, this thing is a beast. The Cooler Master V1100. 1100 watt, 80 plus platinum SFX, fully modular power supply, ATX 3.0 compatible, so you have a built-in cable where you have an integrated 12VH PWR. There you go. That's a BC right there. And it's cheaper than the Loki 1000 watt, so yeah. Also, that one's SFX-L. I said SFX Micro Center. I did not select, you will note, SFX-L, which is what this one is. Micro Center. Huh? Wow, that timing on someone. Thank you, Forgotten Freshness. The timing on that was amazing. Holy crap. Can somebody please clip that? Jeez, that was perfect. Oh my God, I did not do that on purpose. What's up, Forgotten Freshness? Anton, no, I don't. I don't. Yeah, that was W timing. It was. What's up, baby? No, what's up? I should say the number 2, because it sounded like I said, what's up, baby? No, what's up, AB2? Hi. A fair amount of cases came up. Yeah, there were, but I had heard good things about this one. So yeah, it fits perfectly in the dimensions. So I'd say that's a winner. Now, do you need a riser cable for that. No, I looking at it, it had normal PCIe slots, so you should be good. We need standard radiator thickness here. Nothing crazy there. But we can't choose that. Crash, yeah, that's the thing is, I mean, you know, I am a little bit different from what I normally am when I'm on stream. I think a lot of streamers would say the same. And, you know, I am in some ways I am like this, where I talk about the stuff I'm interested in a lot. But that honestly, if you're here for that, it's not annoying. If you're just hanging out, it probably can get annoying. But you know, I do keep separation between interactions on stream and things IRL, and I think that's a healthy separation and important. So I try to maintain that. And I think that's it's important for my mental health and for my ability to continue doing what I'm doing. Okay. I guess the Pure Loop 2 would be a good choice. Not even my Cooler Master half XB Evo is carry-on size. Yep. Do a search for that. I have done a lot of searching. I think I'm just about done here. And guess what? We're staying under budget too. That's pretty nice. I'm wondering if I should rethink the graphics card though, because here's why. Let's see. We change this and we instead look at AMD. If they have a reference 7900 XTX, that is a 2-slot card, period. Only the 7900 XT. That's unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, MSI makes a slim like 4080, 4090, all that stuff. So if we switch off of this, but no, really, the ProArt card, there's really nothing else like it. Let me look at that MSI Slim card real quick. And the 7900 XT is a great card. Like, make no mistake, it actually is very, very good, but it does not beat the 4080 Super. Not even close. Well, it's close. Not that close. Oh. That could be an option, but it raises the price by like $800. You see, this is a liquid-cooled 4090. So when you look at this thing, let's see the thickness of the card itself. Oh, it doesn't show a side view. That's unfortunate. Well, yeah, that works right there. I mean, look at that. Look at how slim that is. That's 2 slots right there. And essentially, you would have probably an air cooler for your CPU, and then this would go into the top as your top radiator. The thing is, if you're flying with something, should you avoid a liquid cooler in general? Probably. So I don't know if we're going to be able to use an AIO at all, now that I think about it. Let me see some things here. Now, of course, the other option is to just ship the PC over there. then the size isn't as big of a deal. But that's also scary because then you're trusting the shipping industry with your investment. Yeah, we should avoid any liquid cooling, probably. I didn't find anything corroborating that, but, like, I think it's just a smart move. Okay, 40 Super Gaming X Slim. Let's take a look at this one real quick. I want to see what their Slim looks like. Airport security does not like AIOs. Yeah, okay. I got that feeling. It's okay. We'll get a solid air cooler on there. Yeah, how slim is it if it's a 3-slot card, MSI? Really? No. Like I said, there is nothing like the 4080 Pro Art, 4080 Super Pro Art. It stands alone. Okay, we leave the card as it is. I certainly don't want to downgrade the performance. So, okay. I just have to hope, because I don't know the game and I don't know the game's requirements. I have to hope this is enough. Okay, let's change the cooler. Let's get rid of this. We're going to go with an air cooler, and then we'll add 3 fans for the top for exhausts. And one already comes on the back, I believe. Wait, what did I do? Okay, yeah, I just removed that. Heatsink, here we go. Oh, what are our limitations on our vertical limitations on the heatsink? Let's find out. I closed that window, unfortunately, but I can bring it back. That's a pretty chonky cooler right there. That's a full tower cooler. I need to check graphics card length. Yes. But, where are the specs? Where is that option? Oh, it's right here, idiot. Okay. You would think it'd be under cooling specifications, but that's just the case cooling, basically. Max CPU heatsink length, height rather, is 170 millimeters. Okay, now we know. Oh, yeah, I've got to get the Ice Giant. There you go. What do we think? Ice Giant? Yeah? Okay. NHD15S, what are your dimensions? It has to be under 170 millimeters in height. Heatsink height, 160 millimeters. So there you go. It's expensive, but this is not going to trip any alarms and it won't get confiscated. There you go. Also, one nice thing about this, when you're looking at a smaller PC in general, this is a great cooler for that because you don't have any fans on the outsides of the actual fin stack. So it's easier to not get any cables like stuck in the fan or rattling against the fan blade spinning or anything like that. $80 is pretty cheap for a case, isn't it? Well, it doesn't come with any fans other than one non-RGB 120mm fan for the back. So that makes sense. Speaking of which, we do need to add some fans to it. With, considering that I don't know the requirements of the software, we might want to max out the CPU a bit, go with a 7950X3D. It'll perform just as well as gaming as a 7800X3D, but if you need more cores, that shuts off the extra cores anyway, so it doesn't matter. Way to go, AMD. Oh, well. Okay, so 3 Arctic Cooling P12s in the top of the case for exhaust should be good. But if we go with something that is more like a Unifan type, you have less cable management to do, but you need a controller for that, and that's annoying. I would say just default to the P12s rather, excuse me. Go to the P12s. That should do the job just fine. There's also slimmer ones as well, but this is not as small of a case as we could go with. I think there are maybe is a smaller option. So this is a compromise. It's a little larger than the smallest option there is, but you wanted really good cooling and reliability. So there has to be a compromise there. So we're going to go with the Arctic Cooling P12s. These are tried and true, not expensive. They're very good fans. And they're not RGB. So that's half of the cables of like an RGB fan. Instead of having RGB cables to deal with, you only have PWM. Update quantity to 3. You can make that 4 if you want to make it all the same fans all over the place. Does anyone ever wonder what the case for a game console costs? I don't think so. You can't buy them separately. So I don't, yeah. I think we're on the right track. The game does not push the limits. Okay, so this thing, we want it to be, for reliability, what you do to get reliability is you overbuild. That's how you get reliability. I'm wondering if I should just do a 7950X3D just to max out the CPU as much as possible. And instead of it being $300 more or $200 more, it's only about $100 more. Yo, what is this about? Looks like we got some raiders coming in from Blaze Bits, raiding with a party of 27. Welcome to the party, nerds. How's it going? Thank you for the raid, Blaze Bits. Am I on follower-only mode? I hope not. I have no idea. And it's still movement, the speed lines happening because we're quickly talking about computers, I guess. No, it's not good. All right, cool. Here, sorry. That's too much speed. Don't get, I don't know if you get motion sickness. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome. Blaze, appreciate it. How are the builds going? Builds are going good. So is the shout out. Shout out's going great. Let's see what you're doing. Doing science and technology. Nice. What's up, Laughin'? How's it going? Welcome. Cheeto Bandito. How are you? Welcome. The white is off in color with the case, though. Of the white of what? What are we talking about? What was white? There's all color matched parts. But yeah, for those who don't know what I do here, this is PC matchmaking. You decide what your budget is, what your needs are, what you're going to use it for, gaming, streaming, content creation, whatever. You tell me those things because I know what those things mean in terms of how you spec out a PC. And then even the little things like what color do you want it to be, stuff like that. And then I find you a PC, either a parts list if you want to build it or pre-built if you want to just buy it, load up some games and get going. That's what I do. Welcome to the stream. If you want help with the same thing, go ahead and click the link that pops up. When I do that, fill out the form. The form is good because it asks you questions you should be asking yourself. And then let me know. I'll be happy to help out. Though you came in, Blaze, 5 minutes after I usually cut off the stream, but we are still on a build right now. It's a Micro Center build. So if you do live near a Micro Center, I can help with a parts list or one of their same day builds that they do there too. But yeah, that's what I do. Welcome. Okay. Transition. But yeah, so what we're doing here, Visual Nate, is needing a system that can be taken as carry-on on a flight, and it's for a game to be played at an expo, so we need it to be smaller. So this was a complicated one, but we got ourselves a nice Micro ATX tower, 4080 Super Pro Art Edition, so it's nice and low profile. And, oh, Nate, I need to get you the link for that card real quick. Let me get that. So if you have to get a motherboard that doesn't have a lot of I/O, like USB ports on the back, but you're going to be streaming and you need a lot of that, something like this is awesome. Adds a ton of USB. It just plugs right into a PCIe slot. Does not require any additional power from the power supply. Dunion rings, baby. That is a great card to have if you need to plug in lots of stuff. Micro Center is Bay. They would be if I had one closer to me. Said a lot of people. We just got a Micro Center in my city, and everybody in our community is so hyped for it. It really is. It's. I mean, I'm never gonna get one where I'm at, but if they could put it in San Antonio or something, or even Austin, it'd be closer than Houston to me. But we already have 2 in Texas. Like, I get it, and they need to cover other states first. Why do they have 4 in New York? What's the deal with that? Let me see. Oh, this one's different. Okay. But does not require any additional power, so that's good. That power delivery looks different, though. I don't like it. Nope. Sorry, I'm looking. Oh, dang, son. All right. I think you'll like this one. Check this one out. How's that? 7 USB Type A, USB 3.0, 5 gigabit per second ports right there. It only uses PCIe X1 and no external power from the power supply. It's all from the PCIe bus. And it is $20. I've not used this one, though, but let's see the reviews. It is 4.2 stars out of 1,500 ratings. I prefer that a lot. I prefer that to a higher rating with fewer reviews. That seems legitimate to me. A Series X case is all plastic, so surely the manufacturing cost is pretty low, right? That's the idea. Technically, they call their Amazon store their 28th or 29th store. Who does? Oh, the Micro Center does? I guess they do have an Amazon store. I've never really shopped it. But yeah, I think this looks insane right here. This should because you don't need the 2 USB Type Cs. This should be fine. Oh, I was zoomed in. Didn't mean to be zoomed in. My bad. But yeah, there you go. All right. I'll send you the link for this. There you go. That's separate from all this stuff. But yeah, looking at this, we've got the MATX case. And yeah, people have taken their PCs on flights before. This one doesn't fit under the seat, obviously, but in the overhead storage, this is perfectly within the parameters of any carry-on suitcase. Let me see. Also, this says Prime 2 Day, so you should get it in time. There's also this. Let me find one that seems... So there's this right here. So that is a carrying handle, a strap that basically straps to the PC. It is adjustable, and it gives you a handle for carrying it around. That's not a permanent one. You don't have to alter the case to put a handle on it. This is $18, 2-day shipping on Amazon. I'll give you the link for this as well. But you're going to want that. Or something like it. You can shop other ones if you don't like this one. I need to fix my... So I have an Amazon affiliate account that I like never use. Because I don't know. It was just rare that I would need to. I send you guys directly to SIs. Like, if instead of buying a Skytech PC off Amazon, I send you to skytechgaming.com instead. You buy directly from the people building the PCs. And but for stuff like this, if I'm going to put it in a video and put the link in the description, it costs people nothing to use the affiliate link, and it helps support what I do. But that my account is like, I can't log into it for some reason. And I think it's because my phone was fried instead of it like being traded in or whatever, moved my stuff over. So I can't log into it because I can't verify on my old phone. Pretty annoying, honestly. But so these are not affiliate links or anything. Okay, there's that. 1100 watt, 80 plus platinum power supply to run this. It's a bit much for the 7800X 3D and the 4080 Super. However, I will always prefer to overdo it on the power supply, because if it's overbuilt for the actual wattage you're using, it's going to run cooler than something that's constantly running at its capacity, because the internals of a lower wattage power supply are built to handle that wattage and not more. This one's built to handle higher wattage, so it should run cooler at lower wattage. But still, 4080 Super is no slouch when it comes to power draw, though the 7800X 3D is going to sip power compared to like high-end Intel or something. I think this is good. Hopefully the 2 terabytes of storage is good enough. It's very fast and reliable. That's what you need. We got the 3 fans added on. This is your build, my friend, and we came in at $800 or so under budget. How the heck does that sound to you? The only thing that we can change here is you might want to change is going instead with a 7950X 3D, because again, I don't know the requirements of this game that you're running for multiple people at once. That sounds a bit complex, but so the 16 cores might be better. The problem with the 7950X 3D though is that when you start running a game, it parks one of those CCDs of cores, one of those chiplets. It parks the cores so they're not being used. So you basically get yourself a 7800X 3D anyway. So I feel like you're fine here. So I'm going to send you the link to the build. What you need to do is this. Check this out. Right up here, you want to go there and click on Save This Build. When you do that, it'll ask you to create an account at Micro Center and save it under that account. You can do that or just add it all to cart. Just make sure your store is set to the Charlotte, North Carolina store and all that. You're probably going to want to make a Micro Center account anyway. Nate's wife here. I'll probably spend those 800, so thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. And you got it. Link to donos is in the panels. That is very funny. Well, welcome to the stream. But yeah, go save that build, because the next time I do a Micro Center build, it gets cleared out. That is hilarious, though. I want to say thank you again to Blaze. I appreciate the raid. Again, thank you very much. It's funny because this is why, like, I was streaming just on YouTube for a while after taking a break from Twitch when I was moving and stuff. And I was like, like YouTube streaming is a different vibe, and it's cool, but it's just not the same. Because they tried to do something like raids over there, and I don't even know how it works. It's not part of the culture. Thank you, really appreciate it. I am happy to help. Nakey Jakey, couldn't you save $150 with a cheaper 4080? Yes, but this one I got because it is slim profile. It is the lowest profile 4080 on the market. Because I understand the needs of this individual person, rather than just trying to go as cheap as possible, I found a product that I found a specific GPU that suits their specific need. And that is exactly why I do what I do. And why this works. Because I pay attention to the details. And I pat myself on the back way too much, apparently. Wow. But no, that's just why that's basically why I went with the 4080 Super ProArt, is because it was specifically developed to be a low profile, powerful, but, you know, high performance, well cooled GPU. It's going to cost more. That's just how that be. I thought about going with 7900 XTX if it could be the reference card from AMD, because that one is 2 slots, but they only had the 7900 XT, and that's, as you can see here, a pretty big dip in performance. 4080 Super, 7900 XT. 7900 XTX would have been nice though, unless that game has a lot of ray tracing. If it does, then you need this guy right here, which you got. Always make sure to leave a like on YouTube video. Thank you. I appreciate that. The main thing, one thing that I always like to do though, guys, and if you've been here for a little bit, you'll know this, but I like to raid at the end of these things. So if you're over on YouTube right now, well, first off, if you've been waiting for your turn, sorry that build took a long time. It happens sometimes that way. But you don't lose your place in line. All you gotta do is come back Thursday, 8 p.m. Central. And because your form is already on the list, and anybody going into that stream for the first time and joining is going to be after you, you get helped out first. Okay? But yeah, you don't lose your place in line just because you didn't get help on that first stream. Thank you, Crash. Appreciate it. Laughing. 7900 XTX pretty standard, or is it pretty standard, or do they vary in quality? I have an ultra wide, and it seems like the best way to get the full resolution and refresh rate is to upgrade to 7900 XTX. Laughing, here's the thing. If you see a larger cooling solution, it's usually going to stay a little bit cooler. By and large, though, AIB cards are add-in board partner cards. Like, you know, you'll have AMD making their own cards, but then Gigabyte makes them, Sapphire makes them, different, you know, you see the Red Devil out there, just different cards out there, right? They're going to be pretty similar in performance. But if you get something with a bigger heat sink and fan shroud and all that stuff, it's probably going to stay a little bit cooler if your case can accommodate it. In this case, literally, we're talking about an MATX build, not ITX, but MATX build in a smaller case, not a tiny one, but we wanted to make sure we could fit in stuff like this. Need to have room for add-in cards if you're going to be running a machine for a specific purpose like that. I mean, in this one, if it was possible, I don't know if it's possible with this motherboard actually, you might have been able to fit 2 of those cards. And then you have all the I/O you need for this crazy setup that it sounds like they're putting together. As it is, you might end up putting a hub on there, you know, a USB hub. Nate, just be prepared to do that. I would prefer that you don't have to, but you never know. Nice, appreciate that note. What's the site you were using to build? I've used PC... Laughing, that was Micro Center, and if you don't live near one, they don't ship everything. There's certain things that are in-store only. So I was using Micro Center to build, and what you can do is... Oh, I should show you this, Nate. Check it out. It's not showing me this option here for some reason. Usually there's a little checkbox right here that allows you to do the same day pro assembly. There must be something here that is in-store only. I just can't find it. But basically, you can take this, you put it in your cart, or just take this list to them, show them this, and say, I want you all to build this. And if you go early enough in the day, they build it for you same day. The add-in card that I showed you, the PCIe add-in card I showed you, should be on 2-day shipping. So should the strap. So you should be good for your Sunday flight. You can put in the add-in card yourself, by the way. It's plug and play. There's no software needed. So you can just have them build it tomorrow. Go pick it up, order your card tonight, and then, yeah, you'll be good to go by Sunday. What was it on the motherboard? How were those spaced? I don't think you can use 2 of those cards, unfortunately. Yeah, that GPU basically is going to be hanging out in the spot where the... Just checking this real quick before we end stream. So convoluted. Why don't they just have a link to pictures of the item? Okay. But looking at this, yeah, your GPU is going to be hanging out kind of right in front of this slot right here. So you probably can't do 2 of them, but you can do the other that USB add-in card down here. There you go. You also have 2 M.2 sockets, so if you need additional storage, you can do it. Trust me, not every MATX board has that, but you should have enough I/O for what you're doing. Visual Nate, I don't recommend Intel right now. You want reliable? Intel is the opposite at the moment. So, I'm not going to recommend one. The moment you I wouldn't, just knowing what we all know now, but also you were really adamant on the point of reliability. I've been working with a high-end Intel CPU here, and it has been, in many cases, a nightmare. I've had to update the BIOS a few times. It is better now, but for how long? Microcode updates coming out mid-month, but that's too late for this system that you would be building. So yeah, I'm not going to recommend Intel for you. You don't have to take my word on it. Go to YouTube, search Intel problems. You will find many, many videos. And also reports of them saying, yeah, we're not going to RMA any of these. No. Oh, it was a known issue since late 2022, 2023. We also refused RMAs, knowing it was a known issue. Some not very cool moves from Intel. So yeah, it's all AMD right now pretty much until they fix all that. I've been immersed in this stuff. It is rough. It is really rough. But Intel has a lot to answer for right now. No problem, Nate. You got it. Go Gadget Go says, do you mind showing or sharing that graphics cards comparison chart again? That looked very helpful. Absolutely. In fact, I'll give you a link to a very helpful page in general. Okay, please just... Okay. So check this out. This is ZTT, or Zach's Tech Turf, as another content creator, but they're also a system integrator. They make PCs too. But this is their build help page. The GPU comparison chart, you just click right here, it takes you to it. But you also have a spreadsheet of SSDs that show you really nice, really helpful information if you're trying to buy one. Direct link to the PSU Cultist tier list, which is a great way to buy a PSU. Look there first. Games with built-in benchmarks, eBay average price finder, stuff like that. So I'll link this whole thing for you. Guys, by the way, thank you for the follows that I got. Appreciate you. And guys, if you like this stuff, I'll tell you something right now that I will say not many streamers can make a claim like this, but I'm the only person doing what I do on Twitch, helping people directly to make the right buy with for exactly what they need. And just, there's a lot of people who talk about PCs on Twitch, and they're all awesome. A lot of them are my friends, and they're really cool. But, you know, when it comes to pre-built stuff and parts lists, some of them will do parts lists or evaluate your parts list that already exists. But I've been making content about pre-builts specifically, which is something nobody else on YouTube really does. I focus on that for years now. So I have kind of a special viewpoint and a sort of a connection to that industry that helps me make these recommendations and all that. So drop a follow if you came in with the raid. If you're on YouTube for the first time, subscribe. If you haven't been chatting, or if you've been chatting, you already subscribed, and I appreciate that because it's subscriber-only chat on YouTube. Thank you. I'm glad I turned off follower-only chat on Twitch because we got raided. So again, thank you for that raid, Blaze. Appreciate it. I hope you're now taking a break, grabbing a bite to eat. Thanks for coming in and bringing and trusting me with your community. I do appreciate that very much. Wait a second. I'm gonna check something real quick. Yeah, sure. There we go. Okay. And for those of you who are already in Twitch chat, please, I did the shout out for Blaze. Please go drop a follow over there. But now, I think they're running. I think the tournament is running. But we did just raid Emmett last time, I think. Oh, okay. Well, let me see. Oh, God. I can't put y'all through that. I cannot put y'all through that. FWIW is amazing, but, like, that is... I know that's probably too much chaos for some of y'all. Okay. We shall raid Emmett. If that's cool with you. Even though he calls me Brawthorn, it's okay. ZTT is to go. Robitech Live is another good channel. Does PC building live. Yes, Robitech is awesome. Roby's a good friend of mine. And please, if you like when I do PC build streams, he does those like multiple times a week. He builds PCs all week long. Please drop Roby a follow if you're not already. But yeah. PCs are a little less dummy proofed through where consoles are a bit dummy. Well, yeah, consoles are very focused on specific purpose. But yeah. All right, guys. Well, if you're on the YouTube chat, we're about to go. Like, I know this is very different for what I'm doing right now. And you probably get in, for those who come to the gaming streams on Sundays, you probably get enough of Super Metroid stuff. Sorry, it's my favorite thing right now. And it has been, well, I mean, it has been for a long time, but on stream, it's my favorite thing. But we're going to go raid one of my favorite speedrunners for Super Metroid, who is finishing up a map rando right now. And he's probably going to start another one right after that. But that is Emmett. Love Robitech. Watch every stream. Tell him I said hi next time. I need to stop paying myself, actually. All right, let's raid Emmett for this epic conclusion of my stream and his rando. Looks like a long escape thing. But we're going to be back on Thursday with more PC matchmaking and more of me being far more sassy than need be and then apologizing for it afterwards. But that's going to be it. Thank you guys so much for watching. See you Thursday. And until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!